I also want to call upon Dr. Rahma Udu, who is part of the planning committee for the conference, to give us her opening remarks as we start the second day of the 5th Multidisciplinary and Innovation Week at the Technical University of Mombasa.
Good morning. Thank you. Today we are in our second day. We really appreciate for your time. I know everyone has a busy schedule, but this is also an important event for our university, and we believe it will be successful just like the way we had it yesterday. Okay, we have our keynote speaker from Poland. Her name is Professor, what's her name? Okay, just here. Professor, hopefully I'll pronounce it properly, Friederike Meinel. Thank you. In fact, we have an interesting topic today. I believe being a scientist, being a media person, a journalist, an engineer, there is a small aspect of you, inside you, of loving music, isn't it? Yes. So today we'll listen and maybe we'll increase our love for music. Okay, thank you. You're all welcome. So maybe Dr. Chilimo, you can kindly say something before we invite our guests.
Thank you, Dr. Rama, the chair of this organizing committee. Dr. Sylvia, all protocols observed. I take this opportunity to again inviting you to this session, our second day of this multidisciplinary conference, where we have a wonderful presenter, our keynote speaker, all the way from Poland, who just came to speak to us and also share the love of music and whatever she does, for her career, and she's ready to share it with us today. So we are going to have a very interesting session. But before we begin, I think we can all move forward. So take the seat that is in front of you. You are all participants of this conference, so please move to the seat that is in front of you. So I think you all have the program, so I will not repeat the title of the presentation, but I'm here to give you some introductory remarks about our presenter and who she is and what she does and what she has been able to accomplish over her career journey. So Professor Meinel Friederike, she's a professor from the Academy of Arts in Poland. So this university, the Academy of Arts in Poland, there's a project we are running with them. Technical University of Mombasa is a partner institution in a project that is funded by the European Union. The project is called Transcultural Perspective in Art and Art Education, TPAAE. So it is an art-related project. So art in its wider perspective, from music, from performances, from photography to paintings, visual arts, all the forms of art are included in that particular project. And today we are blessed to have Professor Meinel as a professor of music and as a partner in the TPAA project coming to TUM to talk to us. So Professor Meinel was born in Germany, in a city called Jena in Germany. She studied opera music under the mentorship of one of the famous opera singers in the world called Dietrich Fischer. Excuse me for the pronunciation, but Professor Fischer was her mentor. So this is one of the famous opera singers in the world. Professor Friederike herself is also one of the famous opera singers in the world, and she has done a lot of things around that area. So her first engagement was, or her first performance as an opera singer was at the Bavarian State Opera House in Munich, Germany. And this is one of the biggest opera houses in Europe, yeah? The second one is in Paris, so Bavarian State Opera House is one of the biggest. So that's where she started her career. And she has been practicing music, singing, and also teaching all throughout her career journey. So through her work, she has been able to win several awards, and she has been able to sing and perform these performances, opera performances, for a period of 30 years. So she has been in the industry for 30 years. So she has sung in all the most famous opera houses in the world, including London, in Chicago, in Milano, Italy, in New York, Paris, etc. So she has performed in all these famous opera houses in the world. She has also won several awards in opera singing, including the prestigious Yamaha Music Award, including the Richard Van Scholarship, and many, many others. So I'm just mentioning a few that we were able to gather. So she has also recorded 9 CDs in her music career. And she has also participated in Hollywood movies as an opera singer. Yeah? We have a very accomplished person today, an opera singer who has toured the world and done a lot of things in her career. So currently, as I've said, she's working as a professor of opera music at the Academy of Arts in Szczecin, Poland, and also at Kassel in Germany. She's teaching and she's mentoring students in that area. She's also a brand ambassador for a charitable organization called Cavanis. You know, in their language, V is W, so it's Cavanis, yeah? So this is one of the biggest charitable organizations that is working to provide social services to communities, and they work through music. So in Kenya, this charity is organizing or is working with kids in the slums. Yeah, they work with kids in the slum through a project that they call Ghetto Classics. Yeah? So they work with the kids in the slums, they teach them music, they teach them how to play instruments, they mentor them and develop so that they are able to develop their music careers. So they do a lot of good things with these kids in the slums. And these kids, the Ghetto Classics, have been captured in several documentaries and several other, if you just Google, you will find them, the Ghetto Classic kids. They do a lot of things, and this charitable organization where Professor Menel is a brand ambassador is working close with this organization. She was in Nairobi for 3 weeks before coming to Mombasa, and this is part of the work that she was doing with these kids in Korogosho slums. But she has also been working and running workshops at Kenyatta University, because Kenyatta University is also a partner institution in this TPAA project. So she was at KU running workshops and teaching students in music. So she's been mobilizing funds to support the Korogosho kids, the Ghetto Classics, and before coming to Kenya, she organized a concert in Berlin where they were able to raise 2,000 euros, and she came with all that money and donated it to the Korogosho slum kids. And the money is helping the teachers there to teach them music and develop careers around music. So with those few remarks, because we really had to summarize her CV, so I take this opportunity to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker this morning, Professor Meinel. Professor Meinel, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to be here with you. I am delighted to present to you today innovative teaching concepts in music and singing, particularly in the context of cross-art form training. Next one. The complexity of the performances to be delivered and the enormous demands placed on young singers and musicians today, especially in the field of modern concert performance or music theater, require a complex, interdisciplinary, excellent, and innovative education. Across art form education opens up new career prospects for students. By developing skills in different art forms, they can position themselves not only as musicians and singers, but also as versatile artists, which considerably expands their opportunities on the labor market. The more flexible and versatile singers and musicians are, the more attractive they are to the industry market, which needs to make the most of each individual. As a result, the careers of today's artists are becoming increasingly complex. Interdisciplinary projects are coming to the fore, giving singers and musicians new roles as representatives for and in favor of society, but demanding comprehensive qualities from them. In addition to classical music and vocal training, students must also master performance techniques and often act on their own responsibility or become musically productive. They must understand and internalize complicated musical and artistic structures. Young singers and musicians need knowledge of a variety of vocal, musical, and artistic possibilities and must be able to communicate with the audience. The performers of tomorrow must be able to build and expand professional networks and think across art forms and in a socially relevant way. They need the expertise to be able to use their skills and innovation to influence very different areas of society. The art market and the music industry reflect the trends, conventions, and problems of society. It is therefore important for young artists to utilize contemporary trends in order to establish collaborations, to be noticed, or to attract sponsors. Learning how to network is therefore an important aspect of artistic training. The artists of tomorrow must learn to think strategically. Which contexts are relevant for which goal? Next slide. Effective teaching methods to learn networking are case studies. Art students analyze successful networking scenarios in the industry to gain insight into best practice. Practical exercises. Students can gain practical exercise through networking events, meetings, or discussion groups. Online platforms. Learning effective professional use of social media and professional networks. Simulation exercises, realistic networking situations are created in which students can improve their skills in this area. Mentoring. Students are offered mentorship programs in which experienced professional pass on their knowledge and experience. Conceptual groundwork, involving students in the research for projects, in the design of program booklets, and in the financing of projects. Next one. The integration of various artistic disciplines into musical education is essential for the promotion of creative thinking and holistic artistic development, rather than being confined to isolated disciplines. Cross-art from training enables students to think outside the box and discover synergies between music and other art forms. This approach not only encourages versatility in students, but also enables the creation of unique artistic works that combine different forms of expression. An example of this could be the combination of music with visual art, dance, or theater. The challenge is to design curricula that allow room for experimentation without neglecting the fundamentals of music education. By introducing interdisciplinary projects and collaborations with other art subjects, students can expand their creative skills while developing a broader perspective on their art. Vocal or instrumental training in all facets and with all extended techniques and different styles, as well as the cognitive and vocal understanding of scores, are of course the central points within the program. Students must be encouraged to search for sounds and colors, but also to discover integrative artistic possibilities. Of course, the basis for this is a secure vocal or instrumental technique in order to be able to utilize all facets of the voice or instrument. Self-awareness, self-experience, and self-discovery is a fundamental approach here. I would like to pass on the words of my longtime teacher and mentor, Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau. Let your ears be your harshest critics. Students cannot help but develop and expand their musical background knowledge and experience of musical styles, genre, and timbre in the course of the lessons. Only then do they have the expertise and the opportunity to decide what is suitable for the piece in question. The choice of piece depends on the respective possibilities of the singer or instrumentalist and is orientated toward the skills that are to be developed. It is important to guide the students to realize the respective composition precisely. This includes a comprehensive analytical study of the score and its complex interpretation. The analysis helps students to understand and comprehend the compositional process. The different and detailed processes of practicing and their instruction in class are important factors here. Rhythm, melody, interval training, tone colors, breath control, phrasing, and integration into scenic actions play an important role here. If paths within the development of a work lead somewhere completely different than planned, they should not be closed off. Ultimately, the musical and vocal abilities, as well as the personality of the performer, and of course the form of the piece, determine the possibilities. Next one. Transcultural and intercultural backgrounds are an important pedagogical and communicative aspect of projects. The inclusion of the different cultural identities of the participants plays a major role here. The students or externally involved artists bring their musical influences from their respective home countries and musical genres into the projects. By bringing together different art forms, students should learn from each other and allow different styles, direction, and genre to merge. In Berlin, for example, we realized an art project with an Argentinian artist who rapped poems by George Luis Borges and students from the opera singing classes who sang works by Manuel de Falla and Luciano Berio. A light and video installation was also created. The transcultural collaboration is intended not only to expand the students' awareness, but also to appeal to a broad audience. For everyone involved, it was an incredible experience with great sustainability. Interdisciplinary work gives students the basis to act independently and become the imaginative, open, and creative artists of tomorrow. This is why close collaboration with various degree programs and departments at the university, such as drama, dance, puppet theater, new media, computer technology, or the design department, it's absolutely essential. This results in interdisciplinary projects that can be realized not only in concert halls, theaters, or churches, but also in museums, libraries, cinemas, industrial halls, floating stages, shopping malls, or in nature. One of the interesting aspects of such projects is the inclusion of space and architecture. In addition, the question must be asked beforehand as to whether the performance should be performed with the audience or at a distance from listeners and viewers. Next one. We have realized such interactive experience, for example, with the bicycle concerts on the ground of the Berlin Tempelhof Airport. Here, the artists performed sitting on old aeroplane seats and were pulled across the tarmac by cyclists. The audience, also seated on bicycles, followed the live music with headphones in the true sense of a word. Next one. Thank you. So, the interdisciplinarity of art making cannot ignore the fact that artists are often disciplined by previous training and as a result do not always share the same standards in craft, image making, acting, or community organizing. At the same time, it is often the case that experimental artists find themselves treading on the expert territory of other art fields. For this reason, there is innovative teaching concepts which promote the connection between music and singing and other art forms are increasingly being introduced at music and art university and colleges in Europe. The focus is on, next, collaborative projects. Founding for projects in which music or singing students collaborate with actors, dancers, or visual artists. Joint performances that enable the integration of different art forms. Interdisciplinary workshops, organizing workshops that combine music and singing with other disciplines such as visual art, dance, or theater. Targeted exercises to develop a common artistic language. Digital creative platforms. Use of online platforms for artistic exchange where instrumental or vocal students can collaborate with students from other art forms. virtual collaboration, and joint projects in the digital sphere. Expansion of teaching content, integration of elements from other art forms into instrumental or vocal lessons, for example, by analyzing music videos, dance movements, or visual artworks. Teaching basic knowledge of other art forms in order to create a broader understanding of artistic context. Performance art approach. Focus on performance art where music and song are seen as an integral part of a wider artistic performance. Experimental work with stage design, lighting design, and visual elements. Cultural diversity and globalization. Consideration of different cultural expressions in instrumental or vocal education to create a broader artistic perspective. Exchange programs and international cooperation with the schools, with art schools worldwide. These pedagogical technique concepts, these pedagogical teaching concepts contribute to shaping vocal or instrumental education in a contemporary way that transcends traditional boundaries and enables students to develop in a broad artistic context. Next one, please. As an example of such an innovative educational approach, I would like to mention the Campus Gegenwart of the State University of Music and Performing Arts, Stuttgart in Germany. Campus Gegenwart is a center for networking in practice and reflection. The center is part of the State University of Music and Performing Arts Stuttgart and functions in cooperation with the Academy of Fine Arts Stuttgart. Campus Gegenwart focuses on integrating current topics and artistic practices into everyday university life, which is often characterized by a focus on specialization in each subject. In the field of teaching, the Campus Gegenwart team cooperates with colleagues from both universities to initiate the opening up of previously fixed boundaries between disciplines. This gives students the opportunity to study beyond the borders of their own subjects and to integrate influences from other fields of study into their own discipline. The planned master's degree program in performance studies combines artistic work and research, placed at the heart of experimental and transdisciplinary practice. Within the framework of transdisciplinary cooperation, the research projects of the campus are concerned with a reflection of the present moment from the multiple perspectives of current artistic and scientific practices. Many Campus Gegenwart events are free for members of the public to attend. Series of talks as well as one-off events such as artistic presentations, readings, discussions, and conferences bring the topics, discourses, and contributions of invited guests to the wider public. About performance, talk series was extremely well attended. This series focused on the complexity and multiplicity of current performance, linking practices across music, theater, dance, visual art, philosophy, and activism. The two-year master's program in theory and practice of experimental performance gives students the space to develop and refine their artistic practice in their field of performance. Performance is understood as an artistic and social practice situated between disciplines that draws a different context and traditions. Run by the State University of Music and the Performing Arts Stuttgart, the program offers students a transdisciplinary environment and invites them to explore performative concepts relating to fields such as music sound, dance, theater, installation, and visual art, activism, technology, social practices, and architecture. Emphasis is placed on both practical and reflective engagement, allowing students to develop a discursive practice and to become articulate about their work and its context. A strong focus of the program lies in the development of individual, collaborative, and collective work. It offers a space for methodological development and experimental collaborations. Students are encouraged to adopt a research-driven approach towards making work, exploring what performance can be and how it can respond to current questions and exigencies. Emphasis is also planned on peer exchange, fostering a culture of productive feedback and learning with and from each other. Furthermore, Campus Gegenwart sets up collaboration with a wide range of cultural institutions in Stuttgart and the surrounding region. In doing so, the program offers students possibilities to connect to potential future fields of work and enables them to formulate future collaborations by engaging with experts and fellow students in different creative disciplines. Next one. The program is aimed at students who have an artistic practice situated in the field of performance or is informed by performative concepts, wish to deepen, expand, refine, or shift their practice in a transdisciplinary study setting, wish to participate in continuous peer exchange and build a culture of peer support and feedback with regards to artistic development, wish to expand their own ideas of performance and investigate new ways of art making, wish to develop their skills in reflection, articulation, and scholarly practice, are motivated to engage in collaborative processes of learning and production, wish to have interdisciplinary curricula and pursue interdisciplinary collaboration with other students. The research projects of the campus are about reflecting in our present from different perspectives of artistic and academic cultures within the framework of transdisciplinary collaboration. In addition, the State University of Music and Performing Arts Stuttgart offers students the Baden-Württemberg Music Network, providing them with contacts to all professional musicians and all institutions, as well as a wide range of opportunities to help shape the program. Next, please. To summarize, these new innovative pedagogical concepts in music and singing offer the opportunity to mold the next generation of artists who not only excel in their discipline, but also have the ability to think beyond the boundaries of their field and connect with other art forms, clearly giving them more opportunities in their professional future. Next one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Asante sana. I will be happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for such a very wonderful presentation. I think the claps were not enough, so can we give another round of applause to Prof? Thank you so much. So for the next few minutes, we'll give an opportunity for engagement with the professor. If you have a question, a contribution, or you need clarification on the work that professor is doing around Kenya and music, this is an opportunity for you to interact with the professor. So the floor is now open for questions, comments, or any other kind of interaction based on the presentation or the work that professor is doing with music. Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. And when you were presenting, I could see efforts towards strengthening performing art in the university. I think you mentioned the state university that is just specifically for the art academic work. Then I also saw you have collaborated with people in the industry like Tom Cruise. I think you mentioned that when you are being introduced on that work. In Kenya, the artists that we have, they have not been developed in the university or in the academia. In most cases, they have been developed somewhere in the street. Somebody has a good voice, so go to the market and create their niche. And if they went to the university, most likely they didn't go to the university to learn art. You see, maybe they are engineers, they are architects, but because I think they have some talent, so they just go to the ground and try to test whether they can penetrate the market or not. So my question is, how does Poland, the government of Poland, for example, develop the culture of the community to consume art, so that when people go through the art university, whatever it is, they can be assured of an employment or an income or a livelihood? Okay. That will be my first question. Then the second question, for us, I think students who go through the university, they go through the university with the intention of getting employment. And you haven't seen a lot of arts academic programs in our university because of the fear that when I come out with my PhD in performance arts, who will be my employer? Is that the worry in Poland? Or for you, when you finish your academic program through the university, the State University of Performance Arts, you are assured of an employment or of an income when you go out there? Thank you.
Yes, so first let me say, I come here in a special situation. You know, I was born in Germany, I'm a German, but I'm working in Poland because I live in Berlin, and this is really close to Poland. So I would drive 1 hour to Stettin, so it's really close together. And this is a special situation because I came as a German to represent Poland and the Academy of Arts. You see, this is a special thing in culture and in music to speak a language, a word language. And this, of course, we all have our traditions and bring it to say, but we are connected in the middle, in the music. This is, in this time, a big chance. You know, this is in the moment, this is a word of war, of fight. But this is not good, you know. And so, you see, we have the chance with music and culture to come together and to learn from each other. And this is the language of the world. And, you know, I was for 3 weeks in Nairobi at the university, and we worked there in the music department. And it was not a problem because we speak one language. And of course, you bring to me, and I learned a lot, believe me. I learned a lot from the Kenyan culture. It's so interesting for me to have this basics, and also I could give my things, my traditions to the students, but we came together in the middle, and this was a really great thing. And I think this is also the answer to your question. This is so important to yes, to support the culture and the, music culture and all this thing, and the German government and also the Polish government do this, support this, because they, I think they are the same opinion that it is a really important fact to bring us all together in the world, and we have to do it. We have to learn from each other. We have to listen to each other, and and to find one language in this world, because we have to change what happens now. That's not the right way. And yes, and this is the first thing. This is. It's this support, and you know, we try also in Europe to work together over this culture subject, because you know, it's also in Europe we have a lot of fights. You know this. Yesterday we spoke about Russia and Ukraine, and so you know, I have students in Europe from Russia, and I have students from Ukraine. I have both. And for us, it's not a problem. We are working together, and we can all not understand this war, and this is, my God, what happens? We're humans. We have to learn from each other. We have to stand together and not to fight because, I don't know, because one man will be the biggest, the greatest, or I don't know. This is not the right way. This is not good. And so we try with our language, the music, and also what I told the other art subjects of art, architecture, visual art, computer technique, and all what we have to find together. And yes, and the government support this and gives a lot of support for this in Poland and also in Germany. And we use it too close to be together, because we can use the German side and also the Polish side. So it's fine. And yes. This was my first. And the second question was
employment opportunities.
Yes, okay. So, yeah. So this is really important for me, and this was, you know, I'm now for 4 weeks here in Kenya, and let me say I enjoy it really, and I love this country. It's amazing, and I like so much the people. They are so warm and so full heart, and that's why my son asked me, Mama, I cannot imagine to sit in the plane and to go back to Germany. And it's the same. We are really sad to go home, and I hope so much that I will come back. And yeah, we are really happy here. And let me say this word. I'm also yes, always I will say it really loud. Let's work together and let's learn from each other, because this is especially in this moment in the world. So, and let's respect each other and be open for all these things. This is really, really important in the moment, and we have the chance with the music to do this. And I learned a lot from Kenyan culture. Really great.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Your questions, I think if you didn't get all the answers, you can network during tea and continue interacting with the professor. So we'll take one more round of questions because of time. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor, for your good presentation. Actually, mine is appreciate the talk. Recently, I asked my daughter, what profession do you want to take? The first thing was music. Whew. When I had music, my energy was so low. And she did not get anything like encouraging her. But I wished I had listened to you. It would be a positive one. Maybe I can regain and see. Professional, I think it was a passion from her. She could do it better, and you find maybe she's a professor of music also in future. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It can express feelings, it can define situations, it can solve solutions. So music can be used as a solution to solve problems. Not apart from research we do, but we can also demonstrate our empathies through music. So that's why I've said you could be a scientist, an engineer, an art, but you have a small in your heart, you love music. Just like our students, they are from different field, causes, But I believe, be creative. You can use your knowledge you have here in TUM and you combine with music to get information or to help your society. Thank you very much, Prof. I think Dr. Sylvia will take over.
Thank you very much. Kaa hapo hapo usitoke. Waswahili wanasema chanda chema hutuzwa, sio? Chanda chema uvishwa? Oh, uvishwa pete. Thank you. That means asante, chanda chema uvishwa pete. Professor, that means a good finger is we put a ring on it. Yeah, we put a ring on it. I think that's the direct translation of the same. So Professor Chandachema huvishwa pete, we really appreciate you coming to the Technical University of Mombasa and actually kicking off the day 2 and setting the tone of how the day 2 is going to be. So in the tradition of TUM, we have to put a ring on the finger, okay? So part of putting the ring on the finger, I'm going to ask Dr. Rakma to present just a small token of appreciation as we ring the professor and say asante sana, which is also Swahili for thank you very much. So Dr. Rakma will give you something small just for us to say thank you for such a beautiful presentation. Thank you for visiting Technical University of Mombasa, and thank you for being our guests in this 5th Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week. Now look at the camera. We need the photo. Thank you. Look at the camera. Yes, nice. Let's have a beautiful photo. Yes. Utatukumbuka na hiyo ukirudi Poland. Yeah. Yes, karibu sana. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Asante sana, Dr. Rakma. Thank you for that. We really appreciate. So that being said, when you look at our program, we're supposed to be having a tea break. And after the tea break, we'll divide into the 2 plenary sessions. We'll have a session at the School of Medicine, and we'll also have another session, which will be here at the Assembly Hall. The session for the School of Medicine will be led by Dr. Cosmas Munga and Professor Onchiri, and the rapporteur for that particular session will be Mr. Talib. For the Assembly Hall, who are going to remain here, the chair of the session is going to be Dr. Flujas Mwakondo, Dr. Kilungu Matata, who is already present, and Dr. Victor Lucili from the Department of Communication. The rapporteurs are going to be Dr. Tole, Dr. Charles Kamau, and Dr. Kennedy Hadulo. So what we're going to do, we have 2 stations for tea. So those will not get cards to get tea here. The other tea station is at the School of Medicine. There was a bit of a mix-up today morning, so they took tea to 2 stations. So those who are not able to get tea at this particular station, humbly I ask you, musichoke. Remember, we are running this activity and we are running 4 parallel sessions at the same time. We have the session at the Assembly Hall, the session at the School of Medicine, the session at the School of Medicine, the session which is at the basement of the School of Medicine, which is the robotic sessions, and we also have the exhibitions which are happening at the car park. If anyone has a clarification or they don't know where to go according to the program, there is a secretariat which is outside this particular door. Feel free to ask the beautiful ladies there where you're supposed to go. They'll get you someone to take you either to the School of Medicine where the robotics is happening, or to the School of Medicine boardroom where we have the other session happening. Tuko pamoja mpaka hapo? Asanteni sana. So we'll have a group photo to mark this particular day. Sawa. So we'll have a group session to mark this. I've just been informed that the tea has all been brought here. So sorry for that clarification. So there's no tea at School of Medicine. So we'll have tea here. So you'll still have all your cards and we'll have Odell, I see you. Dr. Flugence Makondo from ICI. Please grace that photo. I can see you. Let's have that photo. My technical team, please help me move the table a little bit so that we can have a beautiful photo. They move the table. Okay. Dr. Karen Okeri, tafadhali. Let's move up. Let's have that photo. Dr. Jeza, the chairperson of the TUM Ethics Committee, please move upstage for the photo. Dr. Mvuria, I can see you there. Please move upstage for that particular photo. Mr. Kariuki, who is the ICI Innovation Lead, please move upstage. Let's have that photo. Haraka haraka, gentlemen. Gentlemen. Ken, how is that photo looking like? Photography team. Smile. You're looking good. Smile. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Okay, the students want to have a photo with the professor. Professor, we humbly request. Dr. Nato. Dr. Nato. The students are humbly requesting for a group photo with the professor. Very fast, students. Very fast, let's have the group photo. The musical students are requesting for a photo with the professor. Thank you very much. Photography team, hurry up on that process. Photography team, hurry up on that. Thank you very much. As they're coming down, like I have said, the tea is going to be served at the back of the hall. For the next session in the assembly hall, all the presenters who are presenting, let's have your slides. Let's have your slides so that we can be able to put them in the computer. So I officially declare the tea break on. We have a break for 30 minutes. We'll converge again at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea. Asanteni sana. Karibuni TUM. Karibuni to the 5th Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week. Dr. Kideka. Pigia Kideka. Then you also have James Odhiambo. James Odhiambo, I saw him here. James Odhiambo. Mr. Hassan Ibrahim. Mr. Hassan Ibrahim. Mr. Hassan Ibrahim. Mr. Musa Abdullahi. Mr. Musa Abdullahi. And finally, Dr. Juliana Asa. Your presentation, where is it? Kindly move a soft copy to the gentleman up there so that you can upload it on the order. Dr. Mwakondo and your team, let's move forward. The people at the back, the students, let's move in front. The people at the back, let's move in front. Move in front with your cup of tea so that you are able to start the session. The people at the back, humbly, I ask, please move forward. The people at the back, please move forward. The choir at the back, move forward. The students on my right-hand side, please move forward. The interns from PRI office, move forward. Move with your tea. Move with your tea. Okay. Alafu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Without further ado, thank you very much. We've done a quick round of the members present. So at this juncture, welcome to the second session of our day 2 of the 5th Technical University of Mombasa Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week. I'll now hand you over to the chairpersons of this second session. I'm giving the microphone to Mr. Fulgence Mwakondo, who is leading the team, who is managing a session on digital, creative economy and contemporary societies, business innovation and entrepreneurship, and transformative education. Karibu, Director.
Yes, morning everyone. I'm supposed to be presenting as the chair, but we have solved with Dr. Mgala. He's taking my position now. Tomorrow I'll be taking his position. So Dr. Mgala is now Dr. Fulgence. So and you read the names of the papers, and you confirm whether the presenters are here. Okay, the 3 of them. So, yeah. And you have to the first paper, who is the presenter. Okay.
We have a number of presenters here. Where is Rollins? Oh, you're the one, eh? Okay. So the guidance we have is that you do 10 minutes presentation, and then the audience, we have 5 minutes to ask questions. And we shall keep time so that everyone gets an equal share. So without much ado, I hope your presentation is already loaded. So we are going to have Mr. Onyango Rollins Otieno presenting on integrating image processing and deep learning for rapid plant disease and pest detection with real-time response. So over to you, Onyango. Yeah. 10 minutes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, let's.
Excuse me, just before you start, thank you, Chair. Please, we are very strict on time, eh? Very, very strict. So if we say 10 minutes, ensure that it is 10 minutes. Please, eh? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, please put on. Yes, my name is Jared Avula, standing in for Rollins Onyango. He could not make it, but he sent me here, so I'll be presenting his project entitled Integrating Image Processing and Deep Learning for Rapid Plant Disease and Pest Detection with Real-Time Response, which he did in collaboration with Mr. Shitsukane, who is his mentor and lecturer.
Excuse me, sorry for interruption. Sorry again, apologies. I'm being told that this thing is being covered live. So there's one more request before we proceed. Please, those members, please come and fill the space. It's not a good show. Please, in 1 minute, tafadhalini kujeni mkae hapa. All of you, please. Come and sit on these seats. Please come. Come with your tea, eh? Just come, please. Just come and sit here. Here. Kujeni tafadhali. Here, please come. Here. Don't fear being at the front, eh? Please, sit here. Please come. Make sure you are not behind the cameraman, eh? Make sure you are ahead of the cameraman, please. Please, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this project hopes to use image processing to help farmers capture image of their produce, and using the help of their smartphone, and the project will use image recognition algorithms and help the farmer to identify pests and diseases that might be affecting his produce. So this after the farmer captures the image and sends it to a parent email, the farmer will receive personalized recommendations based on the identified issues. This will help to guide the farmer to implement appropriate intervention. Next slide. So the problem that we hope to tackle with this project is that the traditional manual methods of detection are time-consuming, labor-intensive, they are prone to errors, and they hinder timely intervention and effective disease management in agriculture. And also, it is not feasible for especially small-scale farmers, maybe me having my own kitchen garden at home, to go and look for an agrovet to come and give me advice. So it's not cost-effective for small-scale farmers. So they are the ones who will benefit from this project the most. Next slide. So some of the objectives we have as we build this project, we try to implement advanced image processing algorithms for accurate disease and pest identification. We hope to enable farmers to capture and upload crop images using smartphones or similar devices. We hope to provide real-time alerts to farmers about potential diseases and pests infestations. And our last objective, we hope to offer personalized recommendations for targeted interventions to combat specific issues. So these are a couple of, next slide please. These are the couple of papers that we used as we did research for this project. The first paper was entitled Deep Learning for Plant Disease Detection and Integration with the Embedded System. The study presented a convolutional neural network-based model that accurately identifies various plant diseases. And the second paper, entitled Advanced Image Processing Techniques for Smart Agriculture by Barbedo, it presents various methodologies including segmentations, feature extraction and classification applied to plant disease identification through image analysis. The third paper, entitled Integrating Arduino Uno for Real-Time Plant Disease Monitoring, focuses on integration of Arduino Uno microcontrollers into plant disease monitoring systems. Next slide. So this is how we were able to carry out the project. We did our research and literature review. That was our first phase. The second phase was data collection. And for data collection, we used two data sets. One was the first data set was on plant diseases, and the second data set was on the pests that affect the produce. So those were the two data sets that we used. The third stage of our project involved using model training and evaluation. The model was trained using TensorFlow library on Jupyter Notebook. That's a Python IDE. Adam Optimizer was also used during the model training. So our project is based on an AI model that uses image processing to identify pests and diseases, as I introduced it. So we trained our model using BPN, back propagation network. Yes. The next step was pest and plant disease prediction. So the trained model was linked to a parent email, where in terms of inferencing, a farmer sends an image attachment of diseased plant to the parent email. That's how the farmer is able to input data into our system. And then the inferencing is done and the image is classified. Results are then sent back automatically to the recipient or farmer via email. So, yeah, because of lack of enough computing power, we use an online server that has the access to very high-end graphic processing units. We used Google Colab. So we were able to shorten the time. So this system can give a response to the farmer in record time, in seconds, in a span of 20 seconds. You can have a response that is customized to the farmer. Then attached to the response is also an update and recommendation. The results that are sent to the farmers have the disease data, treatment, and recommendation to the farmer. Then the last stage, we were able to integrate an embedded system so that it can give alerts and actions that the farmer can implement into their system. Yes, the next slide, please. So that's a methodology in a picture form. The upper branch represents the analog way of doing things, where the farmer tries to identify, especially maybe if the farmer is inexperienced, right? They don't have prior agricultural training. So the first method is susceptible to misdiagnosis. But our system tries to use digital equipment that is at the disposal of the farmer, i.e. the smartphone, upload the image of the produce to the AI model using a parent email, and the email will then send a response that is customized back to the farmer in record time. If I had time, I will demonstrate to you, but if you want to see a demonstration, you can look for me later. The next slide is it represents the conceptual framework and how our system works. So there's the image acquisition and the way it is sent to the email. Next, a trained classifier model that helps us to identify the pest or disease that is affecting our plant. And then there's the data logging of the results, especially if it is in a large-scale setup where we have a greenhouse. Then, there's a second branch that represents the sensor signal that is fed back to maybe a central control station, and an email response that is sent back to the farmer's email. The next slide represents the data logging. This is actually the data that is taken at set intervals of the project, so that we can enable real-time monitoring of the plant's health. Next slide. So the next slide represents a sample of how the email response to the farmer looks like. So when the farmer sends an attachment, an email attachment to the parent email that we have provided to them, they'll be able to receive feedback in record time, and this is how it will look like. It will, so let me read to you what that slide is saying. For example, the second picture, it tells us that the model is 97% sure that the disease affecting the plant, which is a tomato, is target spot. And the cause of the disease is a fungal disease caused by, there's a Latin word there. And then the treatment is a fungicide, and the technical name of the fungicide is listed there. And then there is a recommendation for the farmer that the farmer should maintain proper sanitation and remove infected leaves from the garden. Next slide. So, in conclusion, the proposed system aims to improve the accuracy, efficiency, and timeliness of disease and pest identification. And the system has the potential to revolutionize agricultural practices. And then, drawing from the design work and diligent efforts invested in the simulation phase, it is evident that the final hardware, when implemented correctly, should perform in a manner consistent with our simulations. The proposed system has reached an advanced stage of development, and it can be integrated with an embedded system to enhance the system's performance. The next slide that contains a couple of recommendations is that the system should target small-scale farmers, especially kitchen garden, those kind of farmers that have a 3-foot by 2-foot kind of garden that they implement at their backyards, and also high computing power, so that the system can also increase speed in processing speed. Further research and development needs to be done on the system. Yes. So the next slide contains a couple of references that I used, And thank you so much for listening to me, and that is the end of my presentation. I'd like to invite any questions that you may have regarding my system.
So maybe you can clap for him. Thank you for keeping time and for that good presentation. Do we have, at least we should have 2 questions from anyone. Yes, Don Bandera.
Thank you for the good presentation. I wanted to inquire from you, while you are doing the optimization, you used Adam. Adam, in the early stages of training, it has a biasness towards the smaller values. How did you overcome that? Then the second one, I'm seeing you're picking up to a range of 32. What it formed, the range, in terms of the level of optimization?
You should have jotted them down so that we have another question. Can you remember the 2 questions?
Yeah, there's why I used Adam.
So can we have another question so that we save time? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It was a very nice presentation, although the slides were not properly prepared, but that is not the issue. So the issue is, you seem to be generating a model, an AI model for prediction, and there are a number of issues. One, we have not seen the methodology for developing your model. We have seen a research methodology, but how the model was generated, it is not very clear. Although you have mentioned a few issues like training data sets, testing data sets, but you have not come out clearly. Where did you get your data sets? For you to be able to generate an AI model, you must have trained the model with an extensive data set, and possibly a data set that is already there as a benchmark data set. And there are so many in the internet. So we needed to know that benchmark data set that you have used. Number 2, we also wanted to know the ratio in which the training set and the test set were divided, because that one has not been mentioned. Okay, is it 80 to 20, 70 to 30, or 60 to 40? And then you say exactly what motivated you to choose any one of them. And then number 3, there is something you have said about backward propagation, propagation. So as a result of your experiment that you did through back propagation, we needed to see the values of the feature weights. Okay, the feature weights. Because as you are doing back propagation, you are trying to optimize so that you can be able to get the values of the weights for each feature. So at what level of the weights or of your propagation can you say that your propagation was optimal, or your optimization was optimal? Okay. And then finally, I think it is good also, because you are saying it is targeting farmers. And you know the environment where the farmers operate, they cannot access the laptops or desktops, okay? So you could probably tell us how you would actually implement this thing, possibly on a maybe smartphone or something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we give the presenter, I think you'll answer the ones you can answer. Yeah, the others you'll.
I'm told he's not, so because of time.
Yeah.
Follow up.
No, it's okay, let him attempt. Bring the microphone.
Just before he attempts, just on the methodology, my question also is that you are saying it will be embedded. We've seen the AI or the machine learning part, but the mobile part is missing, all right? It is not clear how the mobile part is coming, which mobile component is not clear, all right? And then finally is, most farmers don't understand English, isn't it? They are farmers, so how will they, use this system? I think you can continue. Thank you.
So just answer the ones you can. The others, you'll take them over to the owner of the project. Huh? Yeah.
So, good morning once again. Yes, so as previously stated, I'm standing in for a friend who was not able to make it to this place, but I'll try as much as possible to answer the questions that have been raised. So why I used Adam and why I limited the class to 32, it's because of computational power. We just don't have the necessary laptop with the best graphics card possible. So we tried to execute this project with the most resources that was available to us. So yeah, so we had to cut some corners to achieve our objective. But if it is in a setup where we have unlimited resources, for sure we can do much. And then where did I use which benchmark did I use to, the question about benchmarking. And so my answer to that is that the system is still very much under development. And I also would like to couple that question with how I'm going to the mobile part and why is it not clear. The way the system works is that the farmer is sending to our model an email that has the attachment of the photo to the parent email. So it will send, the farmer will send the picture to us, and the model will send back the results, the recommendation, and the treatment to the farmer in record time. So that's how, so I do not really need a mobile application platform. We are pinning our system on email. So yes. So
excuse me, just wind up. They can follow up. Don't struggle. Just tell them they can follow up with the main guy, and they can answer.
So yeah, I'm told I should wrap up. So any other questions, you might feel free to see me. Thank you so much for listening to me.
I think we can clap for him for the good job. Thank you very much.
We'll follow up with you.
Any unanswered question, please catch up with him and get more clarification because of our time. Now, the next presenter is Asnath Jepchirchir. Asnath Jepchirchir. And he's going to talk about machine learning model to predict suicidal behaviors among adolescent girls with access to social media. So let's give a clap to Jepchirchir as she comes to do her presentation. You have 10 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, I'm going to present on my second objective, the most suitable predictors of suicidal thoughts among adolescent girls with access to social media, a review of literature. Yeah, suicidal thoughts is one of the leading factors that cause deaths among adolescents and young adults. Suicidal thoughts have been ranked as the major cause of deaths among adolescents in Kenya. Such thoughts are common among young girls and boys, causing loss of life and focus, and if undetected earlier, it could lead to real suicidal cases. In this study, we present a systematic review of literature on predictors of suicidal thoughts among adolescent girls with access to social media. Yeah, some of the literatures that I reviewed, I just managed to summarize a few here, and their subtitles on impact of social media among adolescents on suicidal thoughts, related work on suicidal thoughts and behaviors among adolescents and college students, related work on suicidal thoughts and behaviors among adolescent girls. Yeah, the methodology that I used in reviewing my literature. The study adopted the snowballing methodology to review the relevant literature. This involved identifying relevant and current literature on modeling of suicidal thoughts. The initial set of relevant literature was obtained by searching using words such as social media, suicide, mental health, adolescence, self-esteem, and algorithms. This was followed by the process of conducting backward and forward snowballing, which entail reference tracking and citation tracking respectively. Boolean operators were used to narrow down the research to at least 50 research papers relevant to the topic of study. The 50 research papers were then categorized to the predictors used in identifying individuals with suicidal thoughts. The predictors were in 4 classifications: mental health factors, social factors, emotions, and other factors. Yeah, so I drew a methodology structure: snowballing, relevant and current literature, keywords that were used, citation and reference tracking, Boolean operators that were used, and predictors identification and outlining the most used features. On results and analysis, after analyzing the 50 research papers, because I've said we had analyzed several papers, but we narrowed down to 50. On the 50 summarized papers, 34 research papers captured mental health factors as predictors of suicidal thoughts, 3 captured emotional factors, and 11 captured social factors, and 2 had other factors. Results showed that mental health factors and social factors are the most suitable predictors of suicidal thoughts. Yeah, the results showed that the mental health and the social factors were the most suitable, because you can see that most papers identified mental health factors and the predictors, because from this analysis you can see that 34 of them were mentioning mental health factors, and 11 captured social factors, which were the most among the rest. So that meant that the results showed that mental health factors and social factors are the most suitable predictors of suicidal thoughts. Findings further confirm that explicit content exposure, cyberbullying, and sexual solicitations evoke symptoms of suicidal thoughts due to access to social media. Also, analysis revealed that depression was stronger for individuals with low self-esteem than individuals with high self-esteem. Most studies reviewed did not mention about adolescent girls in their research. Thus, this research will be dwelling on adolescent girls to establish how to curb suicidal thoughts among that gender. Yeah. So in my conclusion, more research needs to be done on why predictors of suicidal thoughts tend to capture females more than males. More emerging learning techniques such as attention mechanism and graphical neural networks can be introduced for suicide text representation learning. Furthermore, more research needs to be done on why the female adolescents were affected more than the males from the literature. We wish to appreciate the Technical University of Mombasa conference organizers for giving us an opportunity to present our review of the literature. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude to my supervisors who have given me great support and guidance in my review of this literature. Thank you. Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, let's clap for her. I think that was a good presentation. Yes, we will take, try to narrow down just one question per person, so that we don't have a whole bundle of questions because of our time. So one question from every member, And we really need questions from students. Yes. So, Daktari, you can begin, but one question, please. Wandera, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. As indicated, you are reviewing the literature, but I haven't seen the literature that was reviewed anyway. Now, in your literature review, you are indicating you are using the Boolean operator. There are 3 main operators. Which one did you specifically narrow down to in terms of the Boolean? And then there is the other operator for doing or performing literature review, the bitwise. Why did you decide on the Boolean and not the bitwise operator?
Just note it down. Let's have someone else asking a question.
Where is the next presenter, please?
Questions first. Let's have some questions. Questions.
Kubasu.
Watu waulize maswali. Yes.
Where's Kubasu? The next presenter, please. Kubasu, where are you? Ayuko. Absent.
Yeah, so my question is, does
James
the
Odhiambo
research provide any solution or an action that can help us mitigate this? Because it's good to know that these kids are being affected in this way, but what then can we do about that? Thank you.
That is now from business.
Do we have any other question?
Do you know him?
Any other question? This is a very relevant area. All of us are facing these challenges, so I expect questions from young people. Okay, so maybe you can. Yes.
I think, as indicated by my colleague, we expected a review of literature and a review of literature alone. I don't know now where findings have come in. A review of literature means you go to literature and you tell us the work.
No.
But now this study has given us the findings. A review of literature cannot result in findings. It remains as a review of literature. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone has a right to comment, so no worries.
Yeah, so maybe I can comment to my best ability. The rest I can go and correct them better. Yeah, so for the first question, which Boolean operators did you narrow down to? I think in one of I showed in the methodology, there is a structure that is somewhere there on the methodology structure that I narrowed down to 2 Boolean operators and 3, and, or, and not. They were in my methodology structure. Yeah. And then, maybe if it shows, they are not there, yes, but in my methodology structure, according to the slides that they are supposed to project there, I narrowed down to 3, and, or, and not. Yeah, and then the other question, does the research provide a solution, or what can we do about it? The main reason why we are doing this research is to be able to at least find a solution, obviously. So when we've known what is causing these suicidal thoughts among the adolescent girls, then we can know how to mitigate it, because the major way of preventing an occurrence is by doing the research about it, so that you can know the methods of mitigating it. You can never prevent something when you don't know the cause or you don't know what has occurred about it. So the main reason why we are doing it is so that we can find methods of mitigating it. Yeah, like for this, yes, being a review of literature, you can see from the literature that I have reviewed, most of them, they were researching, they were finding, that is why on my second objective, you can see that we were finding the features. What are those features? The signs, so that we can know what causes these features also. Yeah, if it is, maybe there is somewhere that I mentioned cyberbullying. If it is the cyberbullying that is causing these suicidal thoughts, then what caused the cyberbullying? Accessing the internet. Yeah, so from there, when you've known, then you know how to mitigate it. Yeah, I hope you are okay. And then, lastly, the comment, I'll really correct about it. I'll correct it, but maybe I can just try and explain on layman's language on why there were findings there. There were findings there because the findings that I wrote there were according to the literature review that I reviewed. There are findings. Yeah, there are findings that the findings that those literature review papers had. Yeah, and if it's a mistake, then I'll really still communicate with my supervisors for more assistance on the same. Yeah, thank you.
No, I prefer we give an organized clap. So let's clap for her. Done a good job. Yeah, like that. Yeah, we have. We are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere as we nurture the culture of research in TUM so that we can be a great university. That's how to do it. And I think the biggest challenge is to know how to do review of literature, because any student or any research must be preceded by a review of literature, because that's where you find the gap. You find reason, you justify your research. I'm saying this because I think the next presenter is on the way coming. So I'm trying to fill in the gap. Yeah. And now you guys are not asking questions. Yeah, so once you do literature review, you look at what those people found out. It's very important. And you have to list or enumerate or spell out what you found out. And it's from those results that you can discover what gap is there for you to now intervene or do your research. Yeah, so that is something that all of us need to be aware of. Now, Msimi, we requested Msimi. Yes, Msimi. Msimi is there, coming to do a presentation. I think the other presenters are somewhere held up. So Msimi missed to present yesterday because there was a long program of the politicians that visited us, which was a good thing. So we'll request Msimi to present. So let's clap for Msimi as he presents, and we give him 10 minutes to do that. Yeah.
Good morning. Well, I'm a staff at the Technical University of Mombasa in the Department of ICI and working under the e-learning department as an administrator. And at the same time, I'm a student undertaking masters in computer science in information technology. I have a small research which I want to warmly welcome you into my research. And I'll be very brief, and I'm somehow nervous, so I welcome you. I'll just go straight to the title, which is Machine Learning Model for Mitigation of Student Attrition in E-Learning. E-learning is a new platform whereby students can interact with content management system electronically. They can also do their quizzes, they can do their assignment, they can do their main exam, and they can run in the e-learning. But our key research area is the attrition. When do students drop out from a particular course, a code, during the coursework period before graduation? So we wanted to look onto the main essence why students enroll for a particular course. Then with time frame, in a time scope, those students drop from that particular course. We want to have an artificial intelligence mechanism to early identify those students who are at risk of dropping out from a particular course and look for a mitigation method of preventing these students from dropping out from that particular course. So the essence of this research work is to find why these students can early be identified and look for mechanism to reduce the dropout of students from particular cohort. Internationally, globally, we can find that around 65% of students globally drop out of particular course. When it comes to Africa, we can find around 35% of students in Africa drop out of course in public universities. In East Africa, it's around 25%. When it comes to locally, in Kenya, it's around 25 to 30% of student attrition, drop out from a particular course. For that reason, I warmly welcome you. We'll go part by part. Next slide. We see in Kenya, globally, I've mentioned it's around 65% student attrition, drop out from a particular course. And then in Africa, it's around 30%. In Kenya, it's around 25% to 30%. So we are looking for a mechanism to prevent early in advance this dropout of students in particular course, using artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is whereby we remove the element of human activity, only to have the machine statistical model which can formulate or predict what might happen. Next. Problem statement is there's a challenge in this student dropout. There's a challenge of students in Kenya, especially in public universities, dropout. So we want to identify those students who are at risk and formulate a method to prevent those kind of dropout. Next. General objective is to have a machine learning model which can identify for the student who are at risk, student who can be medicated, and then look for an evaluation methods. The evaluation method will look onto historical data of students, financial status, demographic area, the curriculum, the content being delivered in the e-learning, and the traditional platform. Next. The key objective. We want to identify the key factors contributing to students' dropout, what we are calling the attrition. Next. Literature review. A number of researchers globally have looked onto this problem using a number of research methods. But locally in Kenya, we wanted to find, especially in TUM, to use machine learning to study the data of students, the exam, the CAT, and assignment to identify the students who are at risk. When we took on the literature review, you'll find a number of people have used different methodologies and they come up with results. In my scenario of my case study, I wanted to use statistical methodology to study the data in order to predict what the data can give inside information. This data can be studied to discover hidden patterns of the data inside the data, to understand the trading, the future, and then you can predict using that data. Next. The research gap, as I mentioned earlier, the research gap is how can we prevent the attrition? How can we prevent students from dropping out from courses? You see, parents spend a lot of money to bring their students into public universities. Also, the government spend a lot of money, especially under the KUSIPs. For this reason, at the end of the day, we need to have results. Students who can graduate and go to the job market. Students who can graduate and go to entrepreneurship. Students who can graduate and go to the skilled labor. Students who can graduate and become prominent people in our government in Kenya. Next. These are the factors which are contributing to student attrition. There are a number of factors, especially lack of finance, poor structured curriculum, social factors, including others. Next. Components which contribute to dropout in Kenya. I've mentioned a number of them there. The key factors which contribute to these dropouts, I've mentioned a number of them, especially how the e-learning has been structured, how the curriculum has been structured, how the content development has been developed in the e-learning. Next. Well, the methodology, I'm using statistical methodology, which I've mentioned in my research. This methodology is based on a mathematical formulation to predict what may happen in the future. Next. Step to be involved in the development of the machine learning model. I've mentioned the steps, they are there. Next. Data collection methods. The data which I've used in my methods, I've used a number of data sources. I've used data from the CUSIPS database. I've also used data from the national, from UNESCO, and I've also used data from the Ministry of Education website. This data would provide insight information about the number of students who enroll into particular courses, number of students who drop out after second year, number of students who make it to the graduation day. This data for UNESCO will give you information internationally, in Africa, in East Africa, and locally in Kenya. UNESCO is an international body which deals with statistical data analysis. So I've used data as a secondary data source from UNESCO, from CUSIPS, and from the Ministry of Education. Thank you. Next. Feature selection. The feature selection which I used to come up with my machine learning model, these features are selectively selected in order to give a prediction model and to determine the accuracy of the model. Next. Design model. In my model, I've used a number of machine model algorithms, which I've mentioned there, and to determine the best optimal solution. The optimal solution is based on accuracy. Which of the methods is more accurate? I've given percentage like 70%, the average, the poorest, and the best. Out of this model which I've selected, XGBoot has managed to be the best model, and I've implemented it using Python. Next. Prediction model, I mentioned something to do with classification. The statistical data is classified into clusters, different classes. Best student performance, average student performance, and a student who are at risk of attrition, drop out from a particular course. Next. This is the model. I've drawn the model in the blackboard. The data set is usually divided into sections. We have the training data set, test data set. The training data set is usually trained using machine learning. And then we use the test data for validation method. So in my model, I've used a number of data sets in order to come up with the best model, the optimal results, whereby I divided the data into data sets. 80% for training purposes, and then 20% for validation or testing. Next. Challenges of the study. Well, we faced a number of challenges in this model, in this research. One of the challenges is the database is usually dynamic. It keeps on growing, It's a versatile database, which means at a particular instance, whatever the data you pick, in a different instance, the data has grown. It's a scalable data. It keeps on growing. So for that reason, you can't give a predetermined result because of that fluctuation of the scalability of the database. Another challenge is the quality of the data. The quality of the data, especially from Ministry of Education, is you find because of change of particular courses, change of code, and some courses becoming obsolete. That data is not accurate. It requires a lot of preparation and cleaning. Next. Implementation. As mentioned earlier, I used Python programming language to implement my machine learning model. Next. Mitigation methods. Mitigation method for students who are at risk. I've mentioned something to do with adaptive e-learning. Adaptive e-learning is whereby content is personalized depending on the capability of students. If this content can be personalized and delivered to students using artificial intelligence to the IQ capability of each student, it will be undivisible and it will be better. What we are talking about is adaptive e-learning. Next. There is need for continuous evaluation of the model in order for it to be adaptive. I've mentioned in my slides need for continuous monitoring of the machine learning model to have better results and optimal results in the future. Next.
Just wind up, please.
Next.
Time is up.
These are results and the discussion. As I mentioned, as you can see in the graph, students in the first year, they are like 100 students. But as they reach the final year, a number of students have dropped out from a certain cohort. So they keep on dropping out and dropping out. We want to have a prevention mechanism, which is based on artificial intelligence, to prevent these students from dropping out from a particular course. Next. Evaluation of the public universities. Next.
When you're told to stop, you
I stop.
Yes. So let's have questions. Let's clap for him. And let's have questions for him. You have enough questions for him, eh? Okay.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mr. Musimi. It was a very comprehensive presentation. You have gone into many details that we expected to see. Now, two things. One is the methodology. There's something that you have mentioned there, and you have given us a formula. And to me, it looks like a PDF, probability distribution function. And if it is the case, then which PDF? Is it a Poisson distribution function? Is it a student T distribution? Is it a normal distribution? So you need to come out clearly so that we can be able to know which kind of probability distribution function you're using. And then number two, you're trying to predict, you're saying student attrition. I'm seeing the likelihood of your model making many mistakes. Predicting a student is going to drop when actually it's not going to drop. So that means we may have cases of false positives in your model. Then according to me, the best measure for testing your model may not be accuracy, because it may be accurate in predicting false positives. So I expected probably for you to have used precision, okay? And then maybe just to assist you, you needed to have created what we call a confusion matrix, so that we can be able to see the likelihood of your model making those kind of mistakes, false positives. Thank you.
You can get a few more questions. Please note down everything in your head. Okay. A few questions from participants. Yes. You can ask any question, even if it is, we are allowed in academia to ask any question, even if it is a foolish question. Questions are never foolish. Eh? Yes, there's one here. There's one somewhere here who wants to ask. Yeah. Just feel free to ask. That's how we
Thank you
learn. Yes.
for the presentation. Mine is about the model. I wish I could see the model itself. Please show us the model maybe in a minute before we proceed.
You'll answer the question systematically. Any other question? Any other question? Watu waulize maswali. hata Kiswahili. Tutachukua maswali hata Kiswahili. Msao, you can ask a question, please.
Okay. Maybe I think mine, Musimi, this is a very good project, but my feeling is that you are addressing so many issues, because I saw adaptive learning at the same time. And then the question is this a proposal, or because I've seen some results, meaning it's not a proposal, you've actually done analysis. And I've seen some data, is it from CUSP? It's not really clear what is going on. I've seen there are data from CUSP and there's from another place and another place. So from where I stand, it's like you are doing so many things at the same time, which can be a source of problem. But again, that one we can discuss in the back room. Thank you, Chairman. Back to the chair.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. Will you remember all the
Thank you, presenter, Mr. Musimi. That was a good one. My question will be on the data. You're talking of student attrition, and I needed to know whether is attrition at which level? Is it university, or is it at secondary school, or primary school? Because the source of your data, you're talking of having collected data from the ministry, and I don't know the ministry you collected data from COOPS for which level, because we need to see students beginning and then being admitted. We know the numbers of those who are admitted, and then at the end of when they are finishing the course or graduating, we need to know the attrition rate, and then you can come up with a predictive model. So that is my question on the data. At which level are you developing the model for? Thank you.
Okay, I hope you will be able to remember all those questions, and you respond in brief, because your 5 minutes are almost done. Let him clear these ones first. Huh? Yeah, please. Let him clear. There are so many and he's not writing anywhere. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Msao, we would want also to, Msimi, sorry. You have partitioned your data into 80-20. 80-20. So meaning that you're going to train with 20 and test with, sorry, we're going to train with 80 and test with 20. The chances here are you might generate a model that overfits or underfits. So which precautions have you taken to make sure that you don't fall into that kind of overfitting?
Thank you for your questions. Well, I'll start from Dr. Makonto. I'm using normal distribution to classify the data of the students into classes. Poor students' performance who are at risk of attrition. Average students who are better in class, then the best performing students. We use normal distribution in statistics to distribute this data into clusters, all classifications. It's a normal distribution curve. Normal distribution curve is whereby we can classify those students into different classes. Those classes will help us to identify students who are at risk of attrition. My next part is the main reason why I divided the data into 80% data training data set and 20% for testing purposes is to avoid false alarms and false alerts, which are looking for a mechanism to have an accurate model. In training model, as long as you have a feedback model, to feed the model, you keep on training the model to make it better. At the first instant, the model can predict the data to have false negatives. But as you keep on training the model, like training robotics, it becomes more better and more better. So the more you keep on training, in putting more data and more data, the model becomes more better in performance and more accurate in prediction. To answer Dr. Musao's questions, I'm dealing with only university students under CUSIPs. students who are usually selected by JAB KUSIPS students. Student enrollment in KUSIPS, you find the number is enormous, but the number of students who reached to the graduation date, they are very minimal. We want to know why do these students drop out, and what can be done using artificial intelligence to prevent these students from dropping out. Are these elements which contribute to student attrition, dropout, can they be identified and prevented in the future before the student drop out from a particular course? The main reason I used the KUSIP student is the data set is available from the Ministry of Higher Education Learning, and it can be used for the purpose of my research. For that reason, I thank you so much. I'll go to Dr. Adulo's questions. Well, I'm finding a way to make the research more clearer and to look good in the future. So it was a start of the research. So I'll work on it to become it more accurate and to narrow down to focus on one area of attrition. Thank you so much for the presentation. I warmly welcome you. Thank you.
Now we have one more presenter because the other presenters have gone through attrition. So, but I will ask Daktari here to welcome. Ngojea kwanza wewe, Daktari, ngojea kwanza ukaribishwe.
You can. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to welcome Dr. Juliana Aser, who will be presenting on faculty preparedness for CBC graduates intake in 2029, a case study of Technical University of Mombasa. Dr. Aser, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My topic is faculty preparedness for CBC graduates, a case of TUM. The background of this study, globally, education systems have been changing to accommodate changing environment. Countries like Finland, Denmark, USA, South Africa introduced competency-based curricula. These countries have had varying outcomes. For example, Finland was successful, but South Africa had challenges. Competency-based curriculum was introduced in 2017 in Kenya. The curriculum design was to provide a more holistic education where learners have an all-round experience and knowledge. The 26333 curriculum key area of focus is what learners can perform with the education they have received to resolve challenges experienced in the society. This curriculum replaced the 844, which had been in existence in Kenya for 32 years. Kenya resolved to adopt CBC after the needs assessment that was conducted in 2016 that revealed some gaps. CBC has great potential and is likely to transform the ailing education sector, which is based on examinations and hence leading to less innovation at all levels of education. Competency-based curriculum has delivered incredible development results in countries where it has been implemented because it avoids focus on examinations and creates many possibilities for advancement in the careers of learners. My study objectives were to assess faculty members' familiarity with CBC principles, to establish faculty members' attitudes towards the pedagogical changes necessitated by CBC, and thirdly, to advise the regulator, that is CUE, on the preparedness of faculty in universities for the admission of CBC senior school graduates. Problem statements. Competency-based curriculum is a paradigm shift in education, emphasizing skills acquisition, competency, mastery, and real-world application. Kenya's higher education institutions need to prepare for the changing landscape, especially for senior secondary graduates entering universities in 2029. That's the reality. Hence, we need policy changes to embrace learner-centered, updated curricula. The theoretical framework revolves around the theory of change. There needs to be some change. It's a systematic approach that outlines the causal pathways between activities and desired outcomes, and the human capital theory, which posits that individuals' knowledge, skills, and abilities are valuable economic assets. Hence, we need that human capital transition. Conceptual framework, my independent variables are faculty members' familiarity with CBC principles and faculty members' attitudes towards pedagogical changes necessitated by CBC. Intervening variables are the government policies and educational frameworks which have got to be put in place, and all these will be geared towards perceived competencies. Methodology, I delved on employing a descriptive design approach to gather comprehensive insights into the perceptions of faculty members, their challenges, and their readiness, which employed both quantitative and qualitative designs that have gained, normally tend to make somebody gain deeper knowledge of the issue at hand. In the data analysis, I carried out a normality test where I used the exploratory technique. The PP plot was plotted to test for normality, and found that this data set is normally distributed. Autocorrelation, I used the Durbin-Wasson value, 1.5, 2.5, as being acceptable, and the result was 1.915, which indicated that the model did not suffer from any autocorrelation. The multicollinearity, where we have values between 1 and 4, considered to be good enough. My table showed that there were no issues of multicollinearity detected in the data. Homoscedasticity was also tested, whose purpose was to verify if the error terms have a constant variance, i.e. the error terms do not suffer from any heteroscedasticity. So the figure shows that there was no issues of heteroscedasticity since the scatter plot did not form any pattern. If it had formed a pattern, then it would suffer that particular problem. Correlation analysis, the main aim of this research was to determine the influence of familiarity and attitude on lecturers' perceived competency. The Pearson correlation coefficient was used to determine the nature and strength of the relationship between the independent variables and the dependent, that was perceived competency, which shows that both attitude and familiarity have significant, strong relationship with perceived competency. The regression analysis was done to determine the influence of attitude and familiarity on perceived competency. From the R square, which is 0.461, it implied that for 6.1% of the variation in perceived competency was accounted by attitude and familiarity. Other factors not in the model accounted for 53.9% of all the variations in perceived competency. The ANOVA results, F-test was used to determine if at least one of the independent variables has influence on perceived competency. The p-value was less than 0.05, resulting in the null hypothesis being rejected. This implied that at least one of the independent variables had the significant influence on perceived competency. Regression coefficients were computed to help determine which variables had significant influence on perceived competency. The regression coefficients, it can be seen that both variables have significant influence on perceived competency. The resulting model is given by y is equal to 1.731 plus 0.255x1 plus 0.326x2. What do these ones imply? The regression analysis shows that for every unit change in familiarity with the CBC, there will be a 25.5% increase in perceived competencies, and for any unit change in attitude, perceived competencies will increase by 32.6%, holding other factors constant. In conclusion, this study contributed valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities associated with faculty preparedness for CBC implementation and change management approach at TUM, and offered recommendations for enhancing faculty capacity building initiatives and institutional support mechanisms. By prioritizing faculty development and fostering a culture of innovation and collaboration, TUM can effectively meet the evolving needs of CBC education and empower graduates for future success in the dynamic global workforce. Thank you.
Relevant is the fact that CBC is the elephant in the house. At least the primary schools and high schools have tested it, and you are waiting for it with actually bated breath. We don't know which direction it's going to take. I believe this work will actually elicit quite a number of questions, and I want to open the floor. First, I need to thank you for that presentation, and then the next, I want to open the floor to questions. 3-4 questions we'll actually do. Probably we might also cover for the people who have not come in.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. I know your research is quite recent, I think, and is very timely considering the current shift towards CBC. In your findings, I've seen a regression model where you are saying the familiarity and attitude influences the perceived competency. But I'm struggling to get any results that show the level of familiarity and attitude among the Technical University of Mombasa staff. Where are we in terms of attitude? Where are we in terms of familiarity? Are we familiar with the CBC framework or not? That is my first question. My second question, what do you think the university is doing at the moment to influence those two variables, either familiarity or our attitude, or both? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nato, for those questions. From my findings, I realized that TUM members are not very familiar with the CBC, and their attitude is somehow mixed up, especially from the means that I got. I realized there is something that the management needs to do. Rightly put, you said, what is the university doing? There is, I think, a CBC readiness committee that is being put in place. Other than that, we've heard that CUE is also planning for some situations because they're already familiar with what happened in primary and they don't want to be caught unawares. Therefore, we expect so many things to come. Maybe my study will shed some light and or especially under the area of recommendations because we need to move very fast as faculty members, as staff, to change that because I also realized that other than familiarity and attitude, other factors will come into play, like the culture. You know, we have long-term culture. From my observation that I made, faculty members, it's like some of them would say, I would not want to be any near management come 2029. I just want to be a simple lecturer because they are expecting the worst. So actually, management should come and try to remove that particular fear, maybe through sensitization, through workshops, through some training, so that people will remove that fear and somehow we move away from that, we demystify this big elephant which is coming our way. Some people even saying they would want to be retired by then because they would not want to start now making the learner learning on himself and not us teaching. You know, we are used to finding blank slates. We are just teaching, giving them facts. But the truth is that these people are already knowledgeable. They know what they want to do. Some of them even have got some models which they have come up with from the junior secondary. So they want to develop them further. But are we ready for them? The answer is no at this particular time. So we need to move and move very fast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sarah.
Please clap for her for answering very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a number of attrition, as Dr. Mvuria said, and that's why we are closing early. I just want to thank everybody for their patience from the time we began up to the moment. I want to thank the technical team. I want to thank my colleagues in here and the Conference Executive Committee representative, Dr. Sylvia Mtua. From this desk, I also need to thank the fellow chairs and rapporteurs for good work done. For now, without much ado, I want to hand over the program back to Dr. Sylvia Mtua to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlemen have done well. You know, I just discovered that your session was gender biased. It was, we call it a manel, eh? Not a panel. It was a manel. Eh? The presenters neutralized, eh? So the presenters made it a panel, eh? Yes. So, but you did a good job. I think we have to commend the men. Wapigeni makofi. Yes, they've done a good job. We really appreciate. Before we close this session, you know my boss is in the building, eh? And I have to make sure my boss is happy because when I go to the department, I can be bullied and chased away. So I'm going to ask Dr. Nato, who is the Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, just to give us a few remarks before we finally close the session. Karibu, Dean.
Dr. Mtua, I think that was an ambush. I didn't know that I'll be asked to make a few remarks, but I think I want to take advantage of the fact that I have been here since morning, I think in the first keynote address and then the presentation that we have had in this session. And there are a few key points that I have picked from what has happened today. Number one is that the level of attrition. I think there was one presentation that was made. It is an issue in our multidisciplinary conference. When we start in the morning, you find the hall almost full, but as we move towards lunchtime, we quite few. So I want to believe that Musimi, or what was the name? The machine learning, whether we can also use that to understand what is this attrition that is happening and whether we can address it in the future. I liked the presentation of the students. I think, I'm not sure if they were from ICI. That was quite some commendable work. There is room for improvement. I wanted to ask a question why the student used snowballing to collect secondary data, but I didn't get that opportunity to ask her, so we will canvass later. But I've realized that some of the designs cut across the various disciplines. So maybe the way you understand in one discipline could be different from the way others understand in another discipline. And I think that's what makes the multidisciplinary conference very interesting. That in social science you may think snowballing is a qualitative design that is only used for sensitive areas of study, like if you are studying prostitution or radicalization. But then you can also get it in secondary literature. You get a point? Yeah, so this is interesting, and this is about the multidisciplinary conference that I thought people should be interested in and should be attending to learn more about that. Then finally, I think we have ended it very, very well with the issues around attitude and culture and behavior and familiarity. And I thought these were areas that were preserved to social sciences. But I can see business, the School of Business coming in strongly to dissect issues of familiarity and issues of attitude, which is quite commendable. But the findings are quite, I'll put it, they put us in a very, very awkward position. 2029 is almost here when we are supposed to transit from the system in which we are to the CBC system. And the only thing that most people are thinking now is that I will not be in management so that I can, you get the point? So we are already evading CBC before CBC comes. So who is getting ready? When we talk about readiness, who is in this process of readiness? I think as a university we have quite a lot of work to do to change our attitude and to embed familiarity of the CPC concept so that then by 2029, even if you will not be in management, my friend, you will be the implementer as a lecturer. So whichever way, it will get you. And if you think that retirement will get you earlier, remember there has been a discussion about early retirement. SRC has said no way. So we will still be here in 2029. So let's be ready for CPC and let's soldier on. Thank you very much, Dr. Mtua, for giving me this moment to share my few remarks. Thank you. I wish you all the best and a very good lunch.
Thank you very much. That's my dean, the dean of School of Humanities and Social Sciences, where I come from. So at this juncture, I'll ask for a volunteer to close for us with a word of prayer so that we can go for lunch. And then when we come back for lunch, we'll do the last session for the day, where we'll have the chairperson being Dr. Mary Bua and Dr. Damaris Monari, and the rapporteurs being Dr. Stolastika Ratanya and Dr. Michael Onyoki. Can we have a volunteer to pray for us? Yes, let's have the student pray for us.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us to this day. We thank you for everything that you've given us today and even for the presentation. May you bless us, bless our families, bless everything that we do, and even as we prep for lunch, may you bless the food that people are going to take until we come back safely. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. So we'll go for a lunch break and be back by 2 sharp. We're starting the second session at 2 sharp. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will hand you over to the chairperson of this committee. Allow me to welcome Dr. Ibua. Karibu Daktari. Dr. Ibua will be the chairperson of this session, and I'll help her until the rapporteurs arrive. Dr. Ari?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you for this session. We have about 12 papers. So I hope the first one, Dr. Azimia, the person is ready. We can start the presentation. And I kindly request the people who are sitting behind there, if they could come in front. Kindly come and fill the seats in front so that we don't look like we are so scattered. I beg that you come. The group down there, please come, at least nearer. And the ones, Daniele and group, please come nearer, and everybody else, so that at least we look crowded. Thank you very much. So who is presenting on behalf of Azmia? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Annika Baum. So I was doing a small research with Fatima Asmia together. Fatima Asmia is a lecturer at the Department of Social Science, and she's also currently doing a postdoc in the Netherlands in Groningen. So this research was also part of a bigger research on freedom of religion and belief conducted in Kenya and Indonesia. So for us, in our research, we looked at the Shakahola incidents. And at the mass suicide endeavor there and its implications on the freedom of religion or belief context in Kenya. Okay. So I will just present shortly the research questions and the methodology, then go to what is actually a cult, because when we talk about cults, what are we actually talking about, and then to look at Shakahola and what happened there. So some of the research questions were: how do we contextualize the Shakahola incident as a cult? How do local community members perceive the cult phenomena or what happened in Shakahola forest? And how do different perspectives impact the freedom of religion and belief in Kenya? And we used a descriptive phenomenological research. So we started with the content analysis, did in-depth interviews, focus group discussions, and observational methods with community, religious leaders. Yeah. So if we look at the literature, especially when we look at cults, as we had, I will show a lot of incidents starting in the 50s, 60s, then in the 90s, there were a lot of scholars discussing what is actually a cult, or some calling it also a new religious movement. And Lalick defines it as a cult can be either a sharply bounded social group or a diffusively bounded social movement held together through shared commitment to a charismatic leader. It upholds a transcendent ideology, often but not always religious in nature, and requires a high level of personal commitment from its members in words and deeds, which we're also going to see later what happened with Mackenzie and his followers. So if we look globally at some of the examples, just we have, for example, the Unification Church. They also got famous as the Moonies, starting in South Korea, but they're all over the world, and they're especially known for mass weddings. Like, they have these huge weddings with a lot of people, and the marriage is something very holy for them. But their leader Sun Myung Moon. He was later also embezzled for tax evasion and, hiding a lot of money under his businesses. Then here, another example is the People's Temple, who was founded in 1954 by Jim Jones, and it became very, unfortunately, famous for the revolutionary suicide, where 900 people committed suicide, but some were also forced to commit suicide. Then we look here at Uganda, the movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God. And in 2000 also a mass suicide happened that later turned out actually into that it was a mass murder, Kanungu cult massacre. Maybe you also remember that one where people got burned inside a church, and then later it turned out some of them had already been dead. So these are some examples what we are talking about. And if we look at some of these of the characteristics of cults, we usually find a charismatic leader, and we find a charismatic relationship and a promise of fulfillment on how we're going to transcend or what is the solution to our problems, and usually with the methodology of how are we going to reach there. Most of the cults have specific ideologies, requirements, practices, and behaviors, and most of them are totalistic and separatist. They are totalistic in the sense of a totalistic organization, which means that usually the cult and the leader and a certain group exercise a complete control of the social system, covering all aspects of life. The ideology itself is mostly very exclusive. You're either in or you're out, and only that one ideology can lead you to truth, or to heaven, depending on which one we're talking about. And most of them are also separatist in the sense that they promote withdrawal, that the group separates themselves from the larger part of the society. Now, when we look at some of these cultic movements that have become violent or have committed suicide, what we find is that most of them, they share some characteristics, and many of them, as we will also see with Mackenzie and Shakahola later, is an apocalyptic or millenistic ideology that the world is coming to an end. We have strict boundaries between who's in and who's out, who's a believer and who's not. We have a charismatic leader that inspires the followers. We have already heard about a totalistic form of organization where we have a lot of control and isolation of members, and they live in their encapsulated community or in their cocoon or somewhere like we saw in Shakahola, very far also from the rest. But not all these groups that have these features will become violent or criminal, just to say not all the cults are harmful or bad. And it might be provoked by outsiders. It can be opponents of the group, former members. It can also be government, that in some cases there's a trigger that now causes more violence. So if we look now at Paul Mackenzie and what happened in Shakahola, you might remember some of these pictures. So he started in 1999-2000 when he received his callings. He was a self-proclaimed prophet and pastor who never underwent any deeper theological training. Started as a taxi driver and then started a church, First House of the Lord, that later became Good News International. His sermons started to become more and more radical. Also, he was spreading a lot of hatred amongst other churches. He really had a problem with especially the Catholic Church, for example, and also radicalizing youth into not going to school. Then he started a TV station and a YouTube channel, so what we call it falls under tele-evangelism. So he really spread his news, and other churches in the country started. That's why later we saw a lot of people also from Western and from other places. They knew the teachings mostly through YouTube and TV. He got once, like several times actually, he got arrested, but in 2019, again because of grounds of possession and distribution of films without the authorization by KFCB. So in 2019, he officially closed his church. He said he had received a prophecy that it's time for him to end his preachings, and he is going to move to Shakahola to do farming, and if someone wants to come with him, it's okay, but he closed the church officially. Then is what we call, some call them the silent years. Then in 2023 is when the media, maybe you remember 2 bodies of children were found, like they were buried by the parents and Mackenzie together, and that is when the whole case now started, especially in the medias, and we found more and more dead bodies and mass graves. And then Mackenzie was arrested in April. By that time they had exhumed 90 bodies. But it continued. Then also other pastors were also questioned. For example, Ezekiel, who also got arrested, but later he was released. And also more followers of Mackenzie were also arrested. His wife, his 3rd wife actually, but she also got released later. And he kept being, his detention kept being extended till in December. He actually only got 1 year in prison for operating his film studio illegally, but now recently he got charged with murder of 191 children. So this is for you to remember what kind of happened. If we look at the teachings and the practices, so what we see, what we've heard before, yeah? For him we had this charismatic leader who was giving out prophecies, and he's really centered on this end-time message, the world is coming to an end, referring to Revelation and the mark of the beast. He was really making sure his followers believe that the world is coming to an end, and also that whatever is worldly is actually satanic. Like the devil is in form showing himself, or is becoming, showing as a human being the government. Yeah? So the whole structure of prosecution is satanic. Actually, education, medicine, whatever is earthly or worldly is actually satanic. And that was, it was mixed also with some conspiracy theories of the New World Order, that the US and the United Nations and the Catholic Church are establishing a new world order. And later then this translated especially the apocalyptic messages of the coming to an end. Now in Shakahola, that fasting is now the only way now to meet Jesus, but the world is actually coming to an end, so they will start preparing. For their practices, while they were still in church, like we can see, there was this withdrawal from society, because again, children would not go to school, people would not go to the hospital, government services would not be taken, people refused. Maybe you remember he was very much also against the Huduma number and other also census. There are some stories of people, they were hiding in the bush and such things. They would now, before going to Shakahola, sell their properties, get rid of any belonging, handing over their money mostly to Mackenzie, and then also getting rid of their anything that would remind them of the government or the world, like burning their certificates, their IDs, their titles, everything. Some would take new names. Then they would either buy some land or being put into villages that was named according to the Bible. And then they came up with a whole system of elders that some of the interviews, they called it like the Mackenzie government. So there was full control. And also, as we see, these enforcers, like a armed group of people who would make sure that people now fast or starve, or that no one can escape. In the beginning it was still open, people would come, but later there was another prophecy of a prayer team that used to give, calling it the red line, that no one, and people could come, but now they could not come back. So this is when the fasting started, with this ideology that first their children, then the women, then the men, and at the end it would be Mackenzie and his family himself. So these are some, as you can see, some of the characteristics that we have seen before. If we now look at the criminal element also of Shakahola, that with the isolation of his members, that they were not able to withdraw. They could not decide now. Maybe they don't want to fast, or they want to go, they want to leave. So actually it came with a lot of violation of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Yeah? They lost their right to move, they lost their right to shelter, to their children, to education, to access to health, to food, to everything what we would say is a fundamental right. So then the enforcers, like establishing an armed gang, is definitely also a criminal act. Then the manipulation of the followers, many also, what we got in the interviews really went there because of the promise of cheap land. Yeah? So basically they did not only go for religious reasons, but also for land, that you can get your piece of land for maybe 3,000 shilling, and then you will do farming. So radicalization of children and also exploiting their vulnerability. Another, not giving them their fundamental rights, and then properties and money being taken from people. It's different if it's, we have charity in religion. It is okay. In most of our religions, we donate if we want, but not if it's based on manipulation or if it's enforced. And also most of this money and the things that were given, we don't know where they actually are. So from the community perception, this is from one interview that we did from religious leaders, and he was saying, I feel that the security system has let the community down because such a thing and such number of people could not have died without their system being aware. So I feel like it was a breakdown of the security system to start with, and then too, the element of crime seems to override the element of religion. And maybe religion in this particular case is a cover-up. That's what I feel. And this is, actually a reflection of many respondents that they gave us. Yeah? They felt being let down by the whole security system and by the government, that such things can happen without it being noticed, or he has been in the jail and out. Then there were also feeling of being cheated by Paul Mackenzie himself, because he was quite popular. Then some of the religious leaders, especially we talked to in Malindi, they also felt a lot of challenges, like people calling them now Mackenzie, or if they would try to like what was given the example, they had a vaccination campaign kind of, but it totally failed because no one would come. So they said they felt a lot of challenges now after what happened in Shakahola. And then of course the whole question, how much should the government intervene, especially now when we come to the freedom of religion and belief, which is the last slide before the conclusion. So what implications does that have? First of all, we have to look at the Kenyan Constitution at Article 32, which gives the freedom of conscience, religion, belief, and opinion. So that gives every citizen the freedom to make a choice. And we say such cases should not impede the freedom of religion and belief, because of course not because of one incident that happens that it applies to all the churches or all religious institutions. But on the other hand, we need a form of regulation for religious leadership and institutions to prevent such cases. So there's also discussion going on self-regulations, where we talk to different also religious institutions, and some, the mainstream ones, they actually already have put most of this in place. It's more the smaller churches, for example, that are still struggling with that. You can skip that, there's just the article. So, yeah, you can skip. Next one. So in conclusion, we could see that there are diverse opinions, and they reveal the nature of the cult phenomena. And they're supporting that there was this destructive nature of the cult, and that it had an impact, or it has an impact on the local community. And the study also points out the need for the governance of cults with due consideration of the freedom of religion or belief provisions of the Kenyan Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now we have heard what the person has said and what they have presented. Kindly we invite questions from the audience. Questions from the audience? Yes, Rufus?
Okay, thank you very much, Anika, for that presentation. Actually, it's very current, and we have all seen what happened. My question is about now, what has the research actually come up with as a mechanism maybe to save the situation in the future? What can be done?
Okay, this research was more on, yes, on the perception, but as we said, the suggestion of this one is really to look into the question of governance. How do we govern, or how do we regulate? And here, what most of the religious institutions are suggesting, the issue of self-regulation, but that one should follow a certain process. What does that mean? How, does it come with a framework or with certain standards on how they would regulate themselves?
Please, let's have more questions. Dr. Atanya?
Thank you so much, Anika. Yeah, as the audience are preparing for some questions to you, I have 2 questions for you. Yes, I have 2 questions for you. Yes. One, you have a very interesting study, some of the current issues that we are experiencing as a society. I have 2 questions. One, I saw a certain documentary which on one of our local media, and it was on the abandonment of churches by members or the congregants. Could this be a reason why people are seeking solace in cults? That some churches have even turned to be museums. And I think, I'm not able to remember the particular state, but one of I think it was in UK. Yeah. Could this be a contribution to the fact that people now are looking for other ways to seek spiritual and maybe emotional support from cults? And have you come across that documentary I'm talking about? And is it true that we have people abandoning church? Yes.
Okay. Okay. I mean, yes and no, because this one was still, it started also as a church. What we can see is looking like the upcoming of actually new churches, or we call also new religious movements. What maybe is different in something like what we've seen with Mackenzie, it is the short-term solutions that many people, especially, they're struggling. What we see also a lot of women joining such cults or churches. Many of them having either issues in marriage, for example, or struggling with life in general. So most of them is their theology, or what we call their theology maybe, it's offering very clear solutions. You do this and you will be okay. So I think that is what we saw, what was drawing a lot of people. And then, like we said, these charismatic leaders who hold big, also Mackenzie, in another interview it came out, he was holding, filling whole stadiums of people. So this experience, the religious experience and the offering of a solution to the problems is I think, what is drawing especially a lot of people. And what we've seen also with Mackenzie, a lot of women where they said they had maybe issues in their marriage or maybe problems of alcoholism, so he would, he would preach not to drink, and then that would become now a miracle, someone stops to drink, and such things.
Thank you so much. My last question. I have seen that you have sought some feedback from the supporters of Mackenzie and the likes. Did you ever seek any feedback or any views or opinions from Mackenzie or the Mackenzie kitchen cabinet, as you may call it?
Okay, no, we have not talked to Mackenzie directly. We were more talking to, like I said, maybe victims or family members who had lost someone, or the community around, religious leaders, yeah. But we have not talked to Mackenzie himself.
Yeah, okay. Don't you think it's a good idea to find out what went on in his mind for him to come up with such an arrangement?
Yes, although that would probably be a different research,
Yeah.
yes, but it would be interesting, yes.
Thank you so much, Anika. I wish you well in your study.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would like to make a comment myself. I'm wondering, what methodology did you use to reach at the conclusion that you have? What methodologies did you use?
So we started with content analysis. So basically we went through all the media reports that we found to come up also with a timeline with the case. And then we did in-depth interviews. We did focus group discussions and some observations also. So it was a qualitative study, actually a phenomenological study.
Also, when you have said that you did not manage to talk to Mackenzie himself, did you manage to talk to Pastor Ezekiel or the followers of Ezekiel? Or did you manage to talk to the wife of Mackenzie because she's free? Did you manage to talk to them at all?
No, we did not. But I think by that time Ezekiel was arrested, and I think the wife also.
Okay. So do you think then the study is biased?
But the study is more on the community perception and the freedom of religion and belief. So I think it is still giving us the right perception. Because also the same thing for Mackenzie's wife. She's more on the other side of the picture. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we give her a clap, please? At least we have known something about Shakahola and what is going on in Shakahola. Can we have Rufus very fast? Then from Rufus, we shall have somebody from business, so that we don't have only social studies first. So we shall have Rufus. From Rufus, we shall have Fatma Hamisi. So Fatma, prepare.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed. You have only 10 minutes maximum.
10 minutes, you're saying?
In fact, 7, so that we have 3 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rofas Kinosa Mwakideu, also a PhD student. I'm doing a study, and it's about analysis of social economic development through benefit sharing in the extractive mining industry in Taita Taveta. So, mining actually today is a talk of the day. It has become actually something that is being talked by each and every leader and also governments. And they have realized that they need to diversify their economies and also their incomes. And they have gone back to mining. We know mining is done and sometimes it is abandoned and then it is followed again. So the same is happening here in Kenya. Mining has now become the song that is being sung, and our government has also come up with a ministry of mining. And I'm glad that yesterday we had a minister here, and also you heard him talk about mining. And the problem that is there, especially in Taita Taveta, is that we are endowed with all the resources like mining. We have gemstones, we have industrial, minerals. But with all that, and with the mining that began so many years ago, nothing much has been reflected in terms of the economy of the Taita Taveta County. So my research is actually aimed at trying to find out how maybe socio-economic development can it really be achieved, and through this extractive mining. So the research objective actually is to examine the social and economic impacts of benefit sharing in the extractive mining sector in Taita Taveta County in Kenya. Now, the specific objectives here, one is to analyze the local community participation in the extractive mining industry. And the other one is also to explore how this extractive mining actually contributes to the social, economic well-being of the people of Taita Taveta. Also, it is aimed at evaluating the benefit sharing mechanism in Taita Taveta. Mining comes with it a lot of benefits for the people living around the mines, the community, and other stakeholders. Also, it is to examine mining-related issues and government policies. Now, I'm using 3 theories. The theories used here, one is community-based resource sharing theory that talks about the endowment of resources and whereby the community can come together and also agree on how they can share those resources and also ensure that there is continuity. Now, the livelihood theory, I'm also using it because I'm looking at the households as the one of the respondent heads of households, and therefore we're looking at how the livelihoods can be improved, maybe through this extractive mining. Now, institutional theory also comes in because the community is governed by institutions, and any institution that is there, its main objective is to ensure that maybe some of the values, some of the aspirations, some of the goals of the community are met. And therefore, institution, we have the economic institution, education institution, religious institution, and many other institutions. Now, the rationale here is that guiding the investigation towards a comprehensive understanding of these benefit sharing dynamics. Now, the research design, I'm using mixed method research design, that is qualitative and quantitative. And the approach here is combining both, and I'm using descriptive survey mixed method research design. And the justification here is that I need to get, or this one is going to provide a holistic understanding of the research issue. Now, the data collection methods, I'm going to employ quantitative surveys with structured questions and also qualitative interviews with focus group discussions and also content analysis. Now, the sample determination here, I've used a Riemann logarithm to get the 415 respondents, among which there are also other stakeholders and community at large, that is the household respondents. The sampling techniques here I'm intending to use is stratified because I'm dealing with the household heads, and also purposive for those other stakeholders. The data analysis here, I'll be using the statistical package for social sciences version 23. And after that, of course, descriptive statistics and frequencies will be used. And the visual representations, that is charts and tables. And on the qualitative, of course, the data will be organized into those thematic narratives. Go on a notch higher. They take care of the environment for sustainability. Also, Australia, there's a lot of mining boom at the moment, and therefore Kenya is also on the right track. Next, so the rest are the references, and just go through the references. So also, that's the end of the show, but there are also stories of where mining has failed, like Democratic Republic of Congo, where I've had a lot of fighting even up to today. There are a lot of factions which fight for those minerals, but we are praying that in Kenya, as we pursue this issue, that it will be a blessing and not a curse, as some people have already said, that mining can be a blessing or even a curse. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenter, for your good presentation. I would like to invite questions from the audience, kindly. Any questions from the audience? Okay, I have two questions for you. I have seen that in your methodology, you've mentioned that you applied certain stratas to help you derive your sample size. I would be interested to know what stratas that you used. Remember, this is a local community. So what stratas did you use to extract this sample size?
Population, so I used Taro Yamani's formula out of the households, the number of households we have. I'm interested in the household heads. So out of that, if it is 8,000 within the households, I was able to extract the sample.
Yeah, I'm asking about the stratas that you applied. Did you have maybe different gender, or is it wards or constituencies? How did you differentiate these communities before you came up with the 8,000 members?
You know, mining has specific regions. So I'm just looking at the regions where there is mining and the local community that lives within that. So I had about 7 areas in which mining is popularly done. So from those, there are sub-counties, regions.
Yeah, thank you.
7 of them.
Thank you, thank you. Those are your stratas, the 7 of them.
All right.
And my last question is briefly describe exactly how the local community participates or participated in the extraction of mining or in this extraction exercise. Yes.
Okay, the local community, the way how it participates in the mining, I was looking at either they have an individual who works within the mining industry or sector. There are some also local people who also own mining sites, although these are small-scale extractive miners. And also the local community participates also in policy making when there is a policy on how benefits are to be shared. They are also involved in giving their suggestions and also recommendations in case of any royalties and all that. That is where the community comes in. But also they work within the mines, they live within the mines, and also they benefit because some, if the benefits are plowed back to the community in form of infrastructure, schools, and so on, they also participate in that.
Yeah, thank you. Because we cannot have the community simply benefiting in terms of sharing the profits and all that, but they also must participate in extraction of the mining. Now, my last question is, do you have policies? Because I was trying to look for the recommendations. Have you recommended anything on policy that would help the mining ministry or if its department to come up with ways on how they are able to do this benefit sharing? What policies are guiding you to do that?
This research is ongoing, so we have not yet come up to the recommendations. But as I was going around, the kind of sharing benefits, you know, agreements I looked at, in fact, there is a lot that needs to be done on sensitization because majority of people don't know anything on benefit sharing. They don't know any document that has ever shared with them. So some of these things are just in the government offices or with the ministries, and that's why we are going out there at least to see what is the problem that now nothing is happening.
Thank you so much, presenter. We hope this study is going to be a reality, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatuma Hamisi. Then Daniele, please prepare. Is Ngala Kitao in? Oh, sorry, before Daniele it is Ngala Kitao. After Fatuma it is Ngala. Fatma, you have maximum 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatuma Hamis. My study is on influence of perceived benefits on adoption of alternative dispute resolution mechanism by trade unions in Kenya. What drive me into this study, basically I was looking at the disputes or industrial conflicts and the adoption of ADR mechanism to resolve these disputes. But despite that adoption, we have so many pending cases. If you look at the current affairs of KMPDU, so that is my topic. So just go to the next one. In Kenya, despite the growing recognition and promotion of ADR mechanism, such as arbitration, mediation, and conciliation, these are mechanisms which are used to solve industrial court or any other cases outside the formal courts. Okay? There still exists a significant gap in understanding the determinants of their adoption. The gap lies in the lack of comprehensive research that investigates the specific factors influencing individuals, organizations, and institutions to choose or reject ADR over traditional dispute resolution methods like litigation. Go to the next one. The statement of the problem, where is the gap? The adoption of ADR mechanism in resolving industrial disputes in Kenya present a crucial area for research and intervention. Despite the potential benefits of ADR, such as faster resolution, reduced costs, and preservation of relationship, there are notable gaps in its utilization within the context of industrial disputes in Kenya. Two, we have increased and resolved industrial disputes, some which are in court and some are lying at the organization, that are the trade unions. Lack of literature on determinants of adoption of ADR mechanism and how could it be used effectively. Lack of comprehensive policy and legal framework to operationalize traditional dispute resolution mechanism. Addressing these gaps through research and policy initiative can help promote the effective adoption of ADR in resolving industrial disputes in Kenya, thereby contributing to improve labor relations, productivity, and overall economic stability. The research objective, the general objective of the study was to examine the influence of perceived benefits on the adoption of ADR mechanism by trade unions in Kenya. The research hypothesis, perceived benefits have no significant influence on adoption of ADR resolution mechanism by trade unions in Kenya. Significance of the study. The study will assist the trade union leadership, that are the union officials, organizations, employer and employees, in creating knowledge and awareness and giving direction through the policies on how best they can effect the ADR mechanism. And also to research and scholars, it will facilitate them with information for further studies. Scope of the study, the target population comprised of 145 senior officials drawn from Kenya National Union of Teachers Union officials. Those who are 24 secretary, 50 shop stewards, 4 chairman, 10 treasurer, and 40 other officials. Theoretical review. The research adopted TRA. TRA can be applied to understand how individuals' perception of the benefits of ADR influence in their intention to use this mechanism. Those are the perceived benefits. So TRA theory is directly related to the perceived benefits, which is the independent variable. Social influence theory. This theory can elucidate how the social factors impact individuals' decision to engage in ADR processes. That is adoption of ADR mechanism. The conceptual framework, the independent variable was the perceived benefits, and the measures were looking at the cost, accessibility, and the time taken to resolve these cases. The dependent variable is the adoption of ADR mechanism, and the measures were percentage of cases submitted and processed through ADR, the equality of effective alternative agreement, and the proportion of ADR use. Review of variable, perceived benefits, and adoption of ADR mechanism, and adoption of alternative dispute resolution. Empirical review. There are several investigations done on the effect of perceived advantage on strategy change and adoption of technology. However, there are few studies that have been done to concentrate on the impacts of perceived advantage on the adoption of ADR mechanism. This is a fact that is associated with the adoption of ADR by trade unions in Kenya in the beginning stages of documentation. The previous studies, critique of the existing literature, the previous studies have helped the researcher to identify the necessary information to close knowledge gap and help the stakeholders make decisions, choose appropriate dispute resolution tools, and resolve organizational issues using proper procedures. The researcher's recommendation on the previous studies for additional variables that help to develop the conceptual framework was made possible by the body of the literature in existence. The research gap. According to the literature assessment, the majority of empirical research done on the topic under study was carried out within particular government agencies, departments, and private organizations. Below, like Muathe 2010 examined the adoption of mobile money. Oyuga 2017 examined the adoption of e-government services and perceived benefits. Mohammed 2015 research on adoption of mobile banking, and whereas Forthy and others 206 focused their research on shopping. All the studies on adoption had a contextual and geographical gap. Awareness and understanding. There is a gap in the awareness and understanding of ADR options among employers and employees and labor representatives in Kenya industrial sector. Legal and regulatory framework. While Kenya has laws and regulations supporting ADR, such as the Labor Relations Act, there may be gaps in their implementation or enforcement concerning industrial disputes. The study explored how well these legal frameworks accommodate ADR in the industrial context and identified any barriers or ambiguities that hinder its effective use. Institutional support and capacity. The capacity of institutions such as labor tribunals, mediation centers, and arbitration bodies to facilitate ADR process for industrial disputes may be limited. The study assessed the availability, accessibility, and quality of ADR services specifically tailored to the needs of employers and employees in various industries. Cultural and behavioral factors. Cultural norms, power dynamics, and historical precedents within the industrial sector may influence stakeholders' willingness to engage in ADR processes, Understanding these factors and how they impact the acceptance and effective of ADR in resolving dispute, it is essential for designing targeted interventions. Evaluation of ADR outcome. There is a need for empirical research evaluating the outcomes of ADR interventions in resolving industrial disputes in Kenya. This includes examining factors such as satisfaction level, that is the perceived benefits, compliance with agreements, and long-term relationship, dynamics between employers and employees.
Please go to the findings, go to the conclusion and findings.
Okay.
In the interest of time. Yeah, findings.
The purpose of the study was to find out the determinants of adoption of ADR mechanism by trade unions in Kenya. The research objective was to examine the influence of perceived benefits of ADR, communication knowledge, and the final binding decision on the adoption of ADR mechanism by trade union in Kenya. Descriptive research design was adopted by this report. The target population for the study was 364 union officials from various trade unions registered in Kenya. A stratified random sampling technique was used to select the respondents for the study. Self-administered questionnaires were created and randomly distributed to the target population in accordance with the study. Go to the next slide. I think there's a mix-up on the heading. Just go to the next one. The conclusion, perceived benefits on the adoption of ADR. The finding of this study indicated that the perceived benefits of ADR mechanism had a positive and significant influence on the adoption of ADR by trade unions in Kenya. Therefore, the independent variable has a positive influence on adoption of ADR. The study makes a recommendation to the Kenya government to develop and implement a policy to make it mandatory for all the trade unions in Kenya to solve labor disputes using ADR mechanism in the first instance before proceeding to the court of law. The trade unions in Kenya should invest more funds in research and educate members on the importance of adopting the ADR mechanism in labor disputes. Thank you. Suggestion: future scholars should conduct a study on the employer's perspective to test the application of the results for comparison of the findings. There should be an examination of trends and perception in other areas away from labor issues on the adoption of ADR in terms of dispute resolution. This will help create literature for understanding whether ADR is an effective method of settling disputes between parties from different sectors of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We now invite questions. Please, questions for Fatma on alternative dispute resolutions. Let's have a question from the audience. If you are really listening. You want to tell me there is no single question? And we agreed those people sitting behind, please come in front so that we can see your faces very well. You are part of the team. No question even from Ngala? Kitao? No question. Okay, I think I'll get one question from Dr. Ratanya.
Okay, as you're thinking on the questions to ask, I have two questions for you. Thank you so much, Fatma, for your interesting study. I'm saying interesting because these are unions, eh? Yeah. So my first question is, has your study considered the cultural values? I'm in a community, I'm from a community where ADR mechanisms are used for dispute resolutions very strictly from the elders in my community. And how would you convince the trade unions to be able to adopt these particular aspects that will have an effect on the community?
Okay. Number one, the trade union, they should look at the trend, okay, on the outcomes of these conflicts. Because if you can see, like the current one we are having for KMPDU, the CBA 2016-2017, until now it's unresolved. So if they will have proper mechanism, proper policy documents, or give knowledge to the employers, to the employees on the benefits of adopting this ADR, we will not have such issues. So trade unions should look at a long-term relationship with the employers and employees.
Thank you, Fatma. My last question. How will you convince the trade unions to adopt the policies that, from what you've presented to us, is that you recommend the government to introduce? In fact, if I can quote you, say the government must introduce policies that these trade unions should adopt. How would you convince these trade unions that they must?
Yeah, because if you look what is happening now, the medical practitioners have laid down tools, yeah, because of those issues. So trade unions, if they were to have a policy document, if this is the unresolved issues on the CBA, what does the policy say, okay? Which is the method to take? Because there'll be somebody intervening that before people decide to go on the road to strike. So
Okay.
they will actually have a direction on how to adopt the trade union mechanism in resolving the industrial disputes.
Thank you so much, Fatma, and we hope that your study will be very applicable in TUM because you are quite a number of unions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngala. Thank you, Fatma. Let's give her a clap, please. Ngala, you have 7 minutes and 3 minutes for questions.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Ngala Kisao, ready to present my research paper on the title, Effects of Early Marriages on Social Development Amongst the Giriama Community in Kilifi County. Proceed to the next page. So the study was done in Kilifi County in the wards of Ganda, Kakuyuni, and Jilore. The objective was to find out whether early marriages affect social development amongst the society in the 3 identified wards in Kilifi County. Proceed. The study has cited various studies, like the one done in Mandera and Wajir by Sheikh 2023, on the on the effects of early marriages in those communities living in Mandera and Wajir counties. And the results in those studies were that early marriages detrimentally affect the society in terms of economic development. Proceed. Okay, my problem statement. So according to the statistics from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics is that 67 of the households in the county experience food insecurity, contributing to the county's poverty index of 71.7%. So this study looked at whether early marriages have an effect on how the society develops in the 3 identified wards. Proceed. Okay, on my literature review, There are studies that were done in Bangladesh by Sahel in 2021. Proceed. Okay, my methodology, I used descriptive research design, which aimed at accurately and systematically describe a population, situation, a phenomena, while correlational research design was used because it is able to show relationship between variables. Proceed findings. Okay, demographics. On demographics, in the 3 wards, out of 136 households that were sampled, 82 were male and 54 were female. Proceed. Okay. In Uganda, what a majority of the respondents, 61.2%, agree that girls are more likely to drop out of school than boys, while 49% agree that girls get married early because completion of education than boys. Therefore, early marriages undermine social development. The Likert scale results reflect a consensus within the community that early marriages have a negative effect on various facets of social progress. Go to the results. The table. Okay, that is the analysis of my results. On the left are the items, then on the right are the frequencies and the percentages. So the first 2 item was, I don't know whether you can. A table. Okay, I don't know whether the items on the left are visible, but from there you can see that girls are more likely to drop out of school than boys. So on, okay, just proceed. Okay, from the results, the analysis was as it is indicated there, where a majority of the respondents, 53.3, agreed that girls are more likely to drop out of school than boys, and 53.4 agreed that girls get married early before completion of school. Then on the other item, culture encourages girls to marry early than boys, was represented by 51.8% of the respondents. Okay, the research conducted on the effects of cultural practices on social development with a specific focus on early marriages reveals a consensus among respondents that early marriages significantly undermine social development. Respondents consistently acknowledge the adverse effects of early marriages on various aspects of social progress. The practice is identified as a key obstacle, particularly affecting educational attainment, economic empowerment, and overall well-being. On my conclusion, the finding of this study that the cultural practice of early marriages negatively affects social development, hence leading to poverty. The researcher recommends some practical interventions which, if undertaken and implemented, can promote social development and alleviate poverty. Since early marriages was found to negatively affect social development, it is recommended that efforts should be made by administrators, especially assistant chiefs and parents, to make sure that cases of early marriages are reported to authorities for legal actions. This will help reduce the cases of early marriages, which will lead to high literacy levels in Kilifi County. Okay, that's my clearance from NACOST. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I invite questions from the floor. Remember the topic was early marriages. Do we have comments on early marriages? What methodology did you use?
Descriptive and correlational research methods.
You are saying descriptive and?
Correlational.
Or correlation?
Yes.
So the findings, what mitigation factors are you, or what are you going to do so that you stop early marriages?
I recommended that the administrators, like the chiefs and the assistant chief, should make sure that the legal regulations are enforced to make sure that the perpetrators of early marriages can be brought before the law.
Sorry, that thing has been going on for some time in Kilifi.
Yeah.
That you are going to involve the chiefs and the administrators, but it seems like it has not worked. For the last few years, that thing has been going on actually, where even we have NGOs try to bring in, what is the problem actually? What is really the problem? Is it change of culture, change of attitude, or what is it really?
I think the causes of early marriage, according to the study, have been identified as poverty. So long as you bring the chiefs, the village elders, it may not be effective because the community is not empowered enough to make sure that the early marriages are seen as a way of removing the burden of raising the daughters from their parents. So it is a poverty that perpetuates child early marriages. So even if enforcement without empowering the community will achieve very little in mitigating the early marriages.
Thank you so much, Ngala, for your presentation. Early marriages is an over-researched area. I just wanted you to give us one special thing that your study would be able to bring on board, so that if I go through the very many studies on early marriage and I stumble on yours, what different aspect will it bring on board? What have we not heard from those studies?
Maybe the outcome of my study may be different from the studies that have been done by others. Like, if you look at the study that I have interacted with in my literature review, you'll find out that their objectives were different from mine. Because in early marriages, in other areas, early marriages do not guarantee poverty. But to my case, it guarantees, because the victims of early marriages end up living in destitute conditions.
Early marriages guarantee poverty.
Sorry?
You said early marriages guarantee poverty?
Not necessarily, but in most cases, they can guarantee. And in this perspective, I mean that not all guys who are married before the age of 18 end up in poverty, because they may be married by people who have money, you see. But in most cases, you will find out that the causes of early marriages might be teenage pregnancies, poverty, peer pressure, use of abuse of drugs. Those are the causes I've listed in my research.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? If there's no other question, let's give him a clap. And Daniele, prepare. Daniele, you are next. Justin. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present my article, and this article is coming out of my ongoing studies in Tana River County, and the title of the article is Large-Scale Investment and Benefit Sharing and we are looking at the case study of Galana Kulalu. Galana Kulalu is a project that was set up by the government as part of food security, and there are quite a number of issues that I'm trying to look at. Please proceed. So my outline, very briefly, I look at the introduction, the site of the study, the theory that underpins this study, I will also look at the research materials and collection methods. I'll also look at, very briefly, the existing literature that informs my study. And then finally, I'll look at the findings and discussions and wrap up with what? Conclusion. Please go ahead. So in my introduction, these are very interesting phenomena. You know, for a long period of time, we've been having a lot of investors, both from Kenya and outside, coming to Kenya and acquiring very big lands. And one of the areas that has been targeted for a long period of time is Tana River County. And of course, as I said, it has been driven by quite a number of forces, both from internal and external. Specifically, there was a food crisis of 2008, 2009, which forced many countries all over the world to look for alternative ways of getting extra food and even what? Sources of energy. Please go ahead. But my main aspect here is trying to find out, the main thing here is how do the local people benefit from these projects? From the literature, we found out that other projects like in mining sectors, oil industries, the locals are benefiting. But when you look at Kalana Kulalu, apparently there was no benefit, although these projects are within the community. So that's my main thesis. What is happening within the community? How can people benefit? And of course, under the Kenyan law, my friend, Mr. Makideo, under mining is very clear how the locals benefit. But when it comes to issues of big land, there's no law. And yet we have got, even in Kenya in the law, under the revenue benefiting process, Revenue Benefiting Act of 2020, it gives provision on how people in Turkana, people in Kwara can get some money. But apparently, with large projects like Galana Kulalu project, there is no exist. And that's actually my gap. Of course, I've just given some kind of a picture, maybe if you know where it is. This is Galana Kulalu. It's part of the government development project. While Tana River has been earmarked for large-scale investment in this country under Vision 2030. Tana River has got a very big masses of land, which is attracting a lot of investors in the region. And of course, Galana Kulalu, again, has gone through a lot of historical kind of phases. It was first a game reserve, then we have had a lot of investors coming in, including Green Arava, we have got National Irrigation Authority. Right now we have got what we call the Nyumba Foundation, which is a subsidiary company of what? Of Mombasa Cement. They're already on the ground and they are doing a lot of investment. But the question here is, we find that the locals don't benefit from this project. And then the theory that informed my study is what we call the resource benefit theory that has been pushed for a long period of time by World Bank, Land, and other agencies on just seeing on how we can do what? Whenever there's a big project in any given locality, the locals must benefit. And of course, we've been having what other people coming in. Of course, we are looking at, initially this theory was used for the purpose of, sharing of water bodies between countries, but progressively is now moving to us now on how we can share what? Resources. The uptake of this theory is not so good, but somehow there are some scholars, and that's when we are coming in as scholars to see on how we can push. Other than other projects, can we have people from, people involved in land investment also benefit from this project? And that's how we are pushing in our agenda. Basically, I'm just complementing the theory. Then the next one is the material, research materials and data collection. The data to this study, it was qualitative in nature. I did key informants, FGDs, and observation, going around, taking some picture, which if I have time, I can share with you. Then, of course, we did in specific villages near the area. There's Bombi, Divayo, within that area, and asking the community how they are benefiting out of what? Out of this project. And of course, the other thing that we employed was, when I got the data through a kind of Atlas T, that's what I used to do, process my data. Please proceed. Then overview, this part of the literature that I'm talking about. I looked at, when I talk about large-scale investment, we are looking at large-scale investment with how does it play in with benefits. Of course, there's a lot of debate going on. There's a lot of literature outside there. There are people who say we can benefit out of these projects. Other scholars are saying it's against. But there's one scholar by the name Karanea who is saying it is possible to have people benefit out of what? This kind of project. But apparently it is not happening in reality. Please go ahead. Then these are my major findings. I had 3 major findings. One of my major findings was that the local communities, they have never benefited and they are not aware if there are any benefits. But of course, remember I said under the Kenyan law, we have got the national natural resource sharing benefit. But apparently, it discriminates against land. And yet land is the major component of all other minings that are happening, whether it is oil, whether it is with this what? With this like in Kwale, people benefit. Actually in Kwale, the local government, the local community gets 10% or 5% of the proceeds, right? So that's what we are trying to push in that. And of course, I've given up some kind of statement I got from the community. I realize people will tell you that, you see, we are planting maize here, but we don't benefit. This maize ends up in void. And yet the local people don't do what? Don't benefit. The next, please. Then the other one, the other continuation of the first finding from key informant with the count officer. I was surprised even that even the count of Kilifi is not even aware of what is happening in the Galana Kulana project. And yet it's under what? Their jurisdiction. So what is that is happening? So we can see, if you look at a contrast between the Mining Act vis-a-vis land. Under the Mining Act, the county government, national government, the investor, and the local communities have got a clear cut on what they get from what in terms of benefit. But here it is lacking completely. Please proceed. Then, of course, the continuation, again, I'm just trying to come about there's no existing mechanism. People are not aware of what is happening. And of course, we see that the government, for a long period of time, remember this was land that was taken or appropriated a long time ago. It's almost 50 years. Local people have got no right. They feel like they don't have even power to do what, to benefit out of this project. And yet it is in their own what? In their own midst. Please proceed. Then despite the above, of course, we found there were some kind of positive aspects. Remember, we have had so many investors coming in the area. Green Arava, we have got the Twiga Food. They're also on the ground doing a lot of farming. But they said there was some kind of benefits. Green Arava was run by Israelites, but they left. If you remember, it was even in public domain that there was a misunderstanding between the Kenya government and Green Arava. And then Green Arava had to pull out of the project after 5 years of operation. Then, of course, out of this, we also find out that there's no relationship between, or there's bad relationship between the investors and what? And the locals. And the locals said that the investor has got no interest. And of course, when you talk about the investors, they tell you, we've been sent here by the national government. We have got no idea of doing what? Dealing with the local people's what? People's issues. But what we are trying to see here is, the trouble is here, how do the local people benefit from what? Or how can they benefit from this project? Please go ahead. And of course, African Development Cooperation, something we found out also that in the neighborhood of this project, there's a GSU camp. So people are always harassed. You can't even go and pick the leftovers after even harvesting. And people feel like we don't benefit from this kind of what? Project. Please go ahead. And then, of course, the government in terms of, that's why I was trying to look at this incoherent in terms of benefiting. Why should you discriminate land? And yet land is the major provider of all the resources. So why, and that's why we are looking at the government has to find ways on how they can do what? They can also make sure that there's a provision under any law or within the existing law on how the local people can also do what? Benefit from this project. Please proceed. And of course, I also going through, there are some aspects which are captured. These are statements direct from the field on what people are saying about the project, and of course their feelings they have towards the project. Please proceed. Then, of course, under discussion, I was looking at, of course, when you are doing my discussion, I was looking at what I found from the field vis-a-vis the already existing literature. Something has happened somewhere, and of course, we try and see on how it does what it happens. And of course, we are saying all over Africa, very few countries where there's this big problem of large-scale investment, the locals are benefiting. Please proceed. And in conclusion, we have said that, of course, sharing benefit from large-scale investors, especially the local community, has been presented as what? Invisible. You know, when you are mining, you make profits. But what about when you are doing what? You are farming. And a scholar by the name Cranea in 2008, he says it is possible that even if it is farming, we should be able to get some benefit. And this benefit, we should see on how they can empower the local people. And of course, finally, what I'm saying is that as part of now looking forward, my conclusion is we need to do more study on some of there be forces that are trying to make this kind of what? Discrimination, especially things to do with what? With power. Because at the end of the day, what is decided is through what? Issues of what? Of power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. At least we have learned something on large scale, benefits of large scale investment. Can we have questions? We can now take questions to Daniele. Yes, George.
You can use this. Yeah.
Thank you. If you look at the Kwale project, the titanium project, the investor is coming for material there, which is taken to their country or elsewhere for use. So that project is not designed for the Kwale people. But when you go to Lamu, the project you are talking about, the investment there, they are growing maize, and out of the maize, it benefits the same people and the rest of the country. So when you use this theory of resource sharing benefit, if the project is meant for you, does really this theory apply again to you?
Thank you very much for that question. In the article, what I did is typically when you have got a theory, you try and open it up, okay? So there are some areas you don't agree with them, okay? And the way you are saying that is it relevant with my study? And I said, I'm coming in through this gap that I'm trying to adopt it, but with caution, is what I said, okay? Because somebody may say, okay, when you look at even the benefits, they have got direct benefits and indirect what? Direct benefits. And my eye is on how can we make sure that the local people get some kind of benefit, which is certain, you understand? Of course, they'll say we'll build hospitals, we'll fix roads, which is never done, okay? Which is never done. So just to, in a summary, it is relevant because remember I'm saying we are trying to expand it. It has been mostly used in sharing of water resources. It is very common in mining industry or what we call extractive industry, but is rarely. And in my article I said the uptake of this theory is what? Is very low. So I am adopting it with caution, which of course it makes sense when you ask me, does it make any sense anymore? Make sense? Okay.
Thank you. Any other question? Dr. Ratanya? Oh, Dr. Anika?
Thank you. Just a question for understanding, because you said there used to be another project where the community felt they're benefiting, right? So what I didn't understand, what is the difference, or what was the difference that from the other project they were benefiting more and now they don't, and the laws were kind of the same?
Thank you very much. if you look at the whole project, I mean, Galana, okay, Galana has had a series of, let me say, investors. Initially, we had the white people who are doing gaming mostly. You know, they were game rangers. They were rearing rearing animals, okay? And then after some time, their time came to an end. So the first major farming, okay, let me say farming specifically, was by Green Araba. Green Araba was Israel. If you heard in the news, there was Israelites who were, they are the ones who came and broke the land, okay? So during that time, typically within the literature, you'll find that the investor will come and do what? There are so many ways you can get land. Either you go through direct to the community, like the paper I'm presenting tomorrow is quite a contrast of what I'm discussing right now. That's the Bedford Biofuel Project in Lower Tana. But this one is unique in the sense that it is land that was initially belonged to the people, the local community. It was taken away by the white people, I mean settlers. And then the government came in, African Development Camp, to acquire land that was under the white people when we got independence. So up to around 1990, then they left, but it was under African Development Corporation, a government agency that had a specific mandate of acquiring land from white people back to the government, right? Then after that, we have got Green Araba coming in. This was the first Israel company that went there and they did a lot of farming. They were somehow good. I'm using the word good because they were concerned about, you know, you need to fix for people hospitals. They were paying people, you know. And then after Green Araba, which was more political, they left. Then we had what we call the Trigger Food, another agency, which is also, the thing here is this land belongs to the people. Investors coming in, and investors deal with the national government. Actually, when you ask people, most people in Galana Kulala, they tell you this project is national government. It's not of any interest to us. That's why they don't even identify with that, right? Then after that, Trigger took over the land which was being used by Green Araba. So they continued around 10,000 acres of land. And then in between that, of course, before Green Araba left, National Irrigation Authority also had some activities. And then we come and now we found what? Now we have got the Mombasa, what we call the Nyumba Foundation. Nyumba Foundation is a subsidiary company of Mombasa Cement. They have been given huge, actually, I was there last week, they have dug almost 12 dams. In almost, they are targeting almost 100,000. They are planning SIM, they are planning a lot of issues. But it's not what we are looking here, my interest is how do the local people benefit out of this kind of changing aspects, right? And benefit how? I'm very clear, I'm not looking at general benefits. Some of them are just implied, but they are never, I mean, they don't even sign an agreement, the local people. We need to have good roads. They'll say we'll fix what? We'll fix hospitals so that people can benefit at the end of it. You know, we always say, you know, even a university is a creation of the community. So because the university, we get lecturers, students coming from more. So that kind of symbiosis does not exist.
Thank you for the answer. I think, Amika, are you okay with what he has given? Any other final one? If there is no other, we ask now Dr. Kamau, Justin. Thank you very much. Can we give him a clap, please?
Question?
No. We are thanking you for presenting wonderful presentation.
Okay, thank you.
We have learned a lot about that land. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charles Kamau. Even though they have talked about Justin, it's a research conducted by a team of 5 people, me and Justin included. and those are the people involved. The research is on effect of working capital management on financial performance of public universities in the coastal region. Generally, it's in common domain that universities are facing financial challenges. And that is what motivated us to do this research. And because we are based in coast, we decided to do the research within the coastal region. So we did our pilot at Machakos University. Then after we tested the tool, then we were able to go through the 3 universities. We visited Taita Taveta, we interviewed finance people in TUM, and also in Pwani University. So that is the background of this research. Now, introduction, we're saying that effective management of working capital is key. Because every business, you see, working capital basically is the short-term, the operational capital. If you don't have enough working capital, you don't operate effectively. So if universities are able to manage their working capital, their day-to-day running capital properly, then some of these financial challenges could probably be a thing of the past. But our concern was to find out why these challenges are there. Now, importance of working capital, I've just said, it enhances liquidity for meeting the short-term financial obligations. It contributes to the operational efficiency. Because as we operate, we need to be efficient. Then facilitates growth and prospects of investments. Remember, long-term is an effect. The long term is whatever happens in the long term depends on the short term. If you manage the short term effectively, ultimately in the long term, you have a good output. So that's what we're saying, it facilitates growth prospects. Then financial challenges in the public universities, we are saying one of the causes is the increased competition, because we have many universities competing for the same market. Kenya is still the same, but universities have increased. So that competition has brought in the financial challenges. You've talked about budget cuts. I'm told even this year there's a budget cut. So that again contributes to the challenge. Then this then calls for urgent need for strategic financial management for sustainability. So for the university to be able to sustain themselves effectively, then they need to think strategically. So we tested 5 hypotheses. One, we looked at inventory management vis-a-vis financial performance. Okay? We also looked at another hypothesis, that is receivables vis-a-vis financial management. We looked at payables vis-a-vis financial management, and we looked at cash management vis-a-vis financial management. And finally, we looked at the moderating size, the moderating variable, which is the university size. Because we are cognizant of the fact that the size of a business may determine how you manage your resources. Okay? How a small university manages their operation, their working capital may be different from how a big university may do that. Now, the main theory, we had a number of theories that supported this study, including liquidity theory, transaction theory, but the main one was cash conversion cycle. Cash conversion cycle theory covers all the variables I've mentioned. That is the receivables, the payables, cash, and inventory. So those are it covers all that. Because operating cycle means if the universities was to collect fees from the students. They have cash. Then they buy the materials for the lecturers to teach and the like and the like. Then to the final end, it's from cash to cash. That you use cash to buy teaching materials so that you can encourage the students to pay more cash. So that cycle is that is a theory that guided us. We have a conceptual framework, which I've already elaborated. It's too small, but if I can explain, is we have cash management, we have accounts receivables, accounts payables, inventory management, then we have university size as a moderating variable. The methodology, we used the descriptive, we also used the inferential statistics, and the target population was the 3 universities, the finance officers and procurement officers in the 3 universities of the coastal region. The data collected, we collected both secondary and primary data. Primary data, we had a questionnaire which we had administered to the finance officers and procurement. Secondary data, we have the published financial statements, which we gathered the relevant information for analysis. In terms of analysis, we conducted 2 types of analysis. The primary data we collected using the questionnaire, we conducted the descriptives, and we also did multiple linear regression using SPSS. For secondary data,
please go to the findings, please, in interest of time.
For secondary data, we did the panel. We used Starter to conduct panel analysis, and we had a model which we were testing. Now, when we go to findings, sorry, the tables are very small. We were trying to fit the tables in, but in a nutshell, when we did the correlation analysis, all the 4 variables had a high correlation that if a university manages inventory well, then to lead to all the variables, inventory, payables, receivables, and cash, if they are managed well, then the university will achieve performance. Research, we are seeing strong positive correlations. I think I've mentioned that. In terms of regression, under the primary data, all the 4 variables were significant in terms of primary data. But when we went to the secondary data, there was a slightly different story, because we measured financial performance using 2 models. One is a Z-score, and the other one was a Grover model. These 2 models, they measure financial performance more or less in terms of distress, rather than profitability. Remember, universities are not profit-making. That's why we looked at it from the point of view of financial distress. So when we looked at the secondary data, we found that under the Z-score model, the payables and receivables were significant, but the other 2 were not significant. But when we used the Grover model, then payables, receivables, and inventory were significant, but cash management was not significant. Now, conclusion. So I'm told to mind about time. Let me go to conclusion. We are saying that effective working capital management is crucial for financial performance and sustainability. So we saw that it's good that effective working capital management be embraced, and we also consider the size. When we did also the moderated analysis, and size was also significant in terms of moderating. So therefore, it's also good to factor in the size of the university when managing working capital. Recommendation: implement effective working capital management strategies Then focus on optimizing cash flow and inventory control. Then tailor the financial management practices considering the size. Those are the recommendations. Then future research could focus on other factors other than working capital management, because you have other factors influencing the distress or the financial performance. Yeah, thank you. Those are the recommendations for future study. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kamau and the team. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. Can we have reactions from the audience, please? Yes, Rufus.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kamau, for that presentation. And I've seen that you are presenting on capital provision to the universities. And I've also said that universities are also not seen as business entities or profit-making entities. Although they have been involving themselves into business, but that is also, by the way, so that of course they can at least stabilize themselves. Now, my idea now is maybe how can you assist the university, because what they have been suffering from is that the funding model that they have always been getting from the government, I think, is the one that has always been criticized. So I don't know how now this one works together with what you have presented.
Okay, thank you. It's about, I said that universities are not, the main aim is not profit making, because they have a mission. But of course, if they made profit, everybody would want to make profits. Okay? Then the question is how we can assist the university in terms of financial management. One, the issue of new funding model, I think we still is very, very green, but as we progress, we may need to even conduct a study to see how different is it from the other funding model. So for that one, it's still very green. But in terms of assisting, maybe one way is to manage whatever they have, try to manage it in a better way. I'm not saying that they don't do it better, because one of the findings, it's only because of time, one of the things we observed in the course of the study is that universities in coastal region are not doing badly of as compared to especially the bigger universities. That's one of the observations we made. But if we can manage, if the universities can manage what they have in a better way, they still maintain that level of sustainability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. A quick one. I've seen, is this one the current research that you are doing, does it have some literature, or in finance we don't have other literature that has been done? Because I've just seen only one citation from 1974. So I was just wondering whether, like, what informs like the current model in the universities? Do we have any other previous models that are existing, so that then we know what is the current research that we are trending on? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think, so now, it is not in the slide, but in the main paper, we have a lot of current literature. We have done a thorough literature review, which we can tell the gaps. Yeah. We have contradicting, even in this current research we have done, there's already contradiction between the primary and secondary data. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Now, you stated a number of problems which are causing financial problems in universities, such as budget cuts, competition, reducing business, reduce funding, and so on. And one of the solutions you gave is effective financial management. Can effective financial management really solve those problems?
I didn't get the question clearly.
Can effective financial management, which you gave us a solution, be a solution to budget cuts, increased competition from other universities, reduced funding? Now, if there are no funds, can effective financial management be a solution to universities?
Okay, I get you. Yeah. Effective financial management, we can't rule out that. But competition will always be there. So, and that's why we said there's need for further research, because definitely, clearly, the areas we didn't touch because of our focus. But you have a point.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kamau. I just came in when you were talking about the size of the university and the management. And I'm wondering, if you did control for the size of the university, what were the key things? Because the university will always be different. Traditional universities, 100 years, one which is 70 years, one which is only 10 years old. There will always be those differences. So if you are controlled for those things, which are the key things we in management should be thinking about and looking at?
Okay. If I got you clearly, you talked about size will always be there. But because we are looking at 3 universities which are different in size, in our analysis we have to factor in that, because we cannot compare a university this size and this size. But like I mentioned, the key thing is to, because there are those things which we cannot control, what we can manage within our reach, if we can be able to maximize, to optimize that, then we are able to move on very well.
Thank you. Dr. Atanya.
Thank you, presenter, for your very interesting study. I have one question. Among your recommendations were that you recommend there should be effective mechanisms for financial management, optimizing cash flow, and also ensuring that other factors have been put in place to ensure there is better financial management. Now, according to me, I'm speaking as a layperson. These are things that we have heard in the past. These are things that keep revolving around the institutions in terms of financial management. I wanted to ask, now, since universities, as you rightfully put it, that most of the chunk of the money the universities get is from the government, but sometimes you have universities getting money from the government, and since you said that you have come across a lot of literature, I stand to be corrected here, do we have cases, have you come across internal factors that have brought about poor use of the working capital in your study? I'm asking this because sometimes if, for example, a university gets capitation for a particular aspect, the money could be spent for some other activities. So did you come across any internal activities or any internal aspects that maybe contribute to poor use of the working capital? Again, I said I'm speaking as a layperson. Yes, from what you just presented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question, even as a layperson. One thing I must say is that whatever information you're asking, whether you're given budget for item A, but instead you buy item B, you can be sure as a researcher that information may not be forthcoming. It's very easy to get that kind of information. So I cannot say that we got such kind of information. But probably that could be the reason why the secondary data is talking about one thing and the primary data is talking about something else. Maybe that could be. But we cannot really lay a hand and say that that is it. We can only speculate.
Thank you. I think I'll ask one question as we close on that session. I was just thinking, because one of the things you gave is that there is increased number of universities. Now this increased number, I don't know how much it has affected that funding. What is really the problem with the increased number of universities? Because we know other countries, there are countries with more universities than anywhere else. If you go to those countries, are they experiencing the same problems? Then this study, can it be generalized to other universities, like the ones who are having issues? Like, I don't want to mention them here. Can you generalize this study? Is that problem similar to those ones? Thirdly, how can you compare this study with universities which have taken action and rationalized their services? I don't know whether you have current data on them. How, although the universities here have done quite well, a little bit, but is it because of the size? They are smaller, or what is your view?
Okay, thank you. Those are 3 questions. Question 1 is on competition. The increased number of universities, clearly that will have an effect, because if you had 2 universities and the number of the population is still the same, clearly there will be some effect. Maybe there is need for more innovative way of marketing universities, but clearly that will have an effect. The other issue was on whether we can generalize the study. Yeah, there are some aspects which can be generalized, and there are some others you can't generalize. Okay, it depends on, like the secondary data, I think you can't generalize. But there are aspects which are clearly universal. The last one was on what? Remind me, please.
On rationalization, can you compare your findings with what has happened in other universities which have rationalized their services, their departments, what, etc.?
At the moment, we have not done that, but maybe something we can consider in the next phase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Kamau and team a clap. Thank you very much. Dr. Juliana now. Thank you, Dr. Kamau. Thank you for the presentation. Then as Juliana goes on, Umi, prepare.
Good afternoon. I'm going to present a topic, factors influencing sustainability of women-owned businesses in Mombasa County. This one has been investigated by Dr. Damaris Monari and myself, Dr. Juliana. The background is that women have ventured in entrepreneurial activities as a means to improving their socioeconomic status. The number of women in business is increasing all over the world, with Sub-Saharan reporting the highest increase. This has greatly altered the entrepreneurship landscape, which was predominantly male-dominated. As more women continue to establish businesses in both the developed and the developing world, this means that women are playing an active role in creating employment, increasing income levels, and ultimately contributing to the social and economic development. Broadly, the view on entrepreneurship as a way of achieving development and the growth of entrepreneurship is a prerequisite for achieving Vision 2030, which there is equity and poverty elimination, and fulfilling Sustainable Development Goals 5 and 8. In order to realize the benefits from entrepreneurship, strategic efforts have to be made towards enhancing the sustainability of women-owned businesses, as well as increasing access to business opportunities for women. Women-owned SMEs. In Kenya, there have been concerted efforts by the government to support women-owned businesses by providing solutions. There are various solutions that have been provided. In reference to the second Mombasa County Government Integrated Development Plan for the years 2018-2022, the trade and industry sector development needs are to increase business ventures through the provision of a conducive environment and incentives for micro and small-scale enterprises. They cite lack of entrepreneurship culture as one of the impediments for growth of the sector. There are also concerted efforts directed towards empowerment of women, which include the development of Women Empowerment Center by 2022. Then, for these initiatives to be effective in tackling the challenges faced by women in running their businesses and understanding of the underlying issues affecting the sustainability of these businesses. Statement of the problem. Despite the importance of women-owned businesses to the economic development and industrialization in Kenya, the rate at which women-owned businesses are failing is high. Many women-owned enterprises have stagnated, and those established are collapsing at a high rate in the early stages of growth. This therefore means that the contribution from women-owned businesses to poverty eradication and economic development is in jeopardy. Efforts should therefore be expanded towards contributing to the growth and sustainability of these businesses, because these ones has really led to the poverty issues not being eradicated and making the women more vulnerable. The existing studies focusing on women-owned businesses have dwelled on other factors other than the ones we are going to mention in this study. The research objectives, one is, the general one, of course, is the factors influencing sustainability of women businesses in Mombasa County. The specific ones, influence of the socio-cultural. Second one, entrepreneurial training. The other one, funding. Fourth, ICT adoption. And fourth, networking opportunities on sustainability of women-owned businesses in Mombasa County. Research or hypothesis, there's no significant influence of socio-cultural. 2, no significant influence of entrepreneurial. 3, no significant influence of funding. 4, no significant influence of an ICT adoption, and no significant influence of networking opportunities on sustainability of women-owned businesses in Mombasa County. Conceptual framework, I think you can see, but I can be able to explain. There's social-cultural factors, which include family commitments, marital status, family size. There's entrepreneurial training, the formal education, capacity building, apprenticeship, business incubation services, funding, there's family funding, sometimes there's government funding, and microfinancing. ICT adoption includes digital skills, cost, and e-business. Networking is social networks, mentorship forums, membership in associations, as these are the independent variables, and the dependent variable is sustainability of women-owned businesses, which have been measured by profitability, sales turnover, market share, and new productive services. Theoretical framework will deal on human capital theory and the sociological theory. For human capital, It proposes the level of education, knowledge, and skills. Sociological theory, it postulates social culture in the society as a catalyst to entrepreneurship. Research methodology, the study adopted a descriptive design. Target population consisted of registered business women who have obtained business permits from the county government of Mombasa and were carrying out businesses activities in Vita and Nyali sub-counties. Target population comprised of 260 women enterprises from 5 sectors, namely wholesale and retail.
Please go to the findings. Rest of time.
We have the descriptive statistics, which showed small extent of influence that obtained on socio-cultural, entrepreneurial, ICT factors, and networking factors. On funding factors, moderate extent of influence was indicated. Overall, the businesses were also established to have low sustainability levels, having an average mean of 2.04 and standard deviation of 1.048. Correlation results, socio-cultural practices had a Pearson correlation of 0.024, entrepreneurial training, negative 0.077, funding, negative 0.297, ICT adoption, 0.199, networking opportunities, 0.430. This showed that all the variables except entrepreneurial training and funding had a positive effect on sustainability of women-owned business in Mombasa County. This means that an increase in these variables will cause an increase in business sustainability. However, the effect was only significant for funding and networking opportunities, as the p-values were less than 0.05. Regression results, those are the results for the regression, which showed that the factors studied explained up to 31.7%, and the remaining ones which were not explained, the model accounted for 68.3%. So the test of variance showed the model, which was subjected for further analysis. The coefficients was shown. So it's impacted on the sustainability of women-owned enterprises negatively. However, only funding and networking opportunities were significant, as the p-values were less than 5%, that is 0.05, meaning that they may be able to effectively explain any changes in the business sustainability. Conclusion. The study found that socio-cultural, entrepreneurship, funding, adoption, and networking opportunities all affect sustainability. That is from the descriptive results. So the study concludes the entrepreneurial training influences sustainability of women-owned businesses in the county. The study concludes that networking opportunities significantly influences sustainability of women. It also concluded that source of funding influences sustainability of these businesses. Further, the study concluded that technological was also key. Recommendation. The study recommends that women enterprises should realize that in the present competitive economy, it is important to have competitive strategies to counter men through affordable and quality products and services for sustainability of their enterprises. And then affordable source of capital and labor on women-owned enterprises are necessary. And the study recommends increased access to financial services for women, which is very critical. And there is also need to link up the women entrepreneurs with accessible microfinance institutions. We also advocated for mentorship programs and also a center for entrepreneurship programs that need to be established. And also we recommended that women entrepreneurs should be encouraged to attend business seminars, conferences, and the like. And also recommend that women enterprises fund and other funds should be availed by the relevant authorities. We gave some policy recommendation. that the government to put up a policy on how to train women entrepreneurs. Also recommended that the government of Kenya to evaluate the policies and regulations governing the street vending businesses with the aim of creating a more conducive environment. The study also recommended that formal financial institutions should create frameworks that allow women street vendors to access credit with an aim of curbing exploitation by Shylocks. And the study further recommended that government and other regulatory bodies to create favorable policies on promoting sustainable practice in the women-owned SMEs. Further research, we say that the scope of the study was limited to women-owned business in Mombasa County. We say that this may not be the actual representation of firms in the regions in the country, in other regions in the country. The study recommends further studies to be conducted in other regions to enable comparison. And the study also focused on 4 factors, which is not exhaustive. There are other factors. It suggested further studies to be undertaken in other areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you have anybody with a question or a comment? Any question or comment? Maybe I can just say one. How do you think this idea or these recommendations can be actualized? As Umi prepares, please. How do you think the recommendations you have given, how can they be actualized?
The recommendations that I've recommended, they can be actualized if actually we can do a proposal to the government to give a concrete framework to be able to focus on women. As you know, Madam Chair, women are very key in development activities. You train one woman and she'll be able to train many more other women because of the way we are endowed. You know, we multitask a lot. We can do so many things at the same time. We function like wired boxes, doing this and that and the other one. So women are actually the good entrepreneurs. We need to be funded and we need to advocate. In fact, we have to advocate for these women entrepreneurs to be uplifted so they can uplift the family unit and the country at large.
Thank you. Although there have been a lot of study on women funding and what have you. Thank you very much. Let's give her a clap. Umi. Just as Umi is preparing, can we confirm if Musimi is around? Musimi? Is Musimi around?
Yeah, Sina. But
yeah. Samuel Mudama. I shall present. Oh, thank you. What about Kenneth Kagoya? Kenneth Kagoya? Kenneth Kagoya. Thaddeus, you are Thaddeus? Thaddeus, you are ready? Okay. So after Umi, it is you.
thank you so much, the panelists, my colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Kulthum Musa Yaya, a student, PhD student, pursuing business administration, finance. I'm going to present a paper on one of my variables, and that is on financial access. The topic goes by NENAX between financial inclusion and financial health of blue, micro, small, and medium enterprises in the coastal region. Maybe you need to understand what financial inclusion is and what financial health is before I take you through the paper. Financial inclusion basically is looking at finance accessibility and equitable opportunities to individuals and even small businesses. In this particular case, you're looking at the extent to which individuals are able to access the financial services and how best they are able to put optimal use of those financial services. So this is, I've considered this particular topic because of 3 reasons. First, I'm a PhD student. I need to do something on finance. Secondly, financial inclusion in Kenya is very high. It is currently considered at 84%, whereas individuals are still unhealthy. Being unhealthy or...
is through your behavior, and that is in the cognitive architecture. So cognitive load theory tells us about this, and that's the work of John Sweller's research since 1988. Now, what is happening is that there's a history, and the history goes back that ICT has changed the whole life, and higher learning institutions have not been left behind. But there are still challenges. Just we remember what happened in the COVID-19 crisis. We can't cope because every institution, we are saying we are going online. But what is happening is that so many students, like the way UNESCO in 2020 reported, about 1.2 billion students were affected, and majority were from Africa, maybe in Kenya and maybe in TUM. So why? Because the e-learning platforms that we have does not follow the architecture of the cognitive load theory aspects. And as it said, it is not just the technology that is presented, but also do we give support to learners as they go through the learning process. And actually, specifically, I can just quote on the research that was done in 2016 in Kenya, that out of the 10% courses offered online in Kenyan universities, 87% of the modules are just notes pasted online. So there's a problem there. So then we ask ourselves, what is this cognitive load? So the memory is overworked as the learner goes through the entire process. So how do we give support in the interface of the online aspect? And this is the architecture of the mind. 3 elements when learners go through learning. There is the intrinsic element that is due to the complexity of the work that we give learners. There is the extraneous load. How do we present that content through the interface? And also there is the German load, and that load is very important because it assists the learning process. So what we need to do is that we want to bring in the aspect of the learning management system as the interface and manage those 3 loads by designing that interface to suit that. And that is what this research is all about. So in simple, this is what is
Welcome our visitors, welcome. We welcome you. Welcome, 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 welcome to the conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni mujisikie huru. You're welcome to Technical University of Mombasa, the only university at the sea level. Tunawakaribisha sana, karibuni, karibuni. Welcome, Gugu Secondary School. We welcome you from all the way Lunga Lunga. That is the border of Kenya and Tanzania. So feel free. This is your university of the future. Thank you very much. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. So well, we can continue from where I left. So this is where we are saying that the learning management system, or fondly known as LMS, as the learners go through the learning process, we can harvest or collect their activities in the databases. And then from those activities, we analyze them and give support based on those activities. And that's why we quote what Kaluga and Liu said in 2015, that successful learning is not only on the technology itself, but what really matters is how it positively affects the learner's activity and cognitive architecture. And that's why that cognitive load theory is very important for us today. Now, what do we do then? To manage that cognitive load on the e-learning interface, we only need to provide support, and that support is called scaffolding. And then we provide interventional scaffolds on that interface to manage those three loads. That is the extraneous load, intrinsic load, and cognitive load. So how does that happen? Some work has been done. So some people, I've just listed 5 of them, have done this research, but they are missing one element, that they don't include the cognitive support architecture on that research they've done. And that's why we are working on the same to improve on what they've already done. So that takes us to the methodology. And it is an experiment that we did. And the experiment was done in TUM last year, where we took 232 students from 3 schools randomly. Then we gave them 2 interfaces, one e-learning interface that is for the control group that use the default TUM website that we have, and the other treatment, we designed the interface so that it has those interventions. Then at the end of the day, we measured those logs and analyzed and see was there an effect on what we had provided. So these were the interventions that we provided. There were 3. There's part that we designed to provide a pop-up link for complete worked out exercises. This one also from literature supports extraneous load. There was also a reminder and a navigational support. Those 3 interventions were provided. And if you go next, you'll realize this is the default TUM e-learning portal. That is how we paste our notes there. So the control group learners were subjected to this. The next one is the treatment group, where we try to bring those interventions on that dashboard. So what happened? If you go next, we went to our Moodle. The Moodle is a learning management system in our e-learning databases where we collect the activities and start analyzing them. But those activities are mapped to the cognitive of the mind of the learner. And you can see those activities as indicators. They're listed there for the extraneous load, intrinsic load, germane load, and performance. And then the results, just because of time, were also there. So we picked those results. If you can just see them, this is the result for the treatment group. The weekly activity for the learners, we could see on all those indicators, there was a variance that was really also eminent in the other group. So if you can see the other one, you can also see there's a difference from those results. So next on the performance, the two results on the left side just shows how the performance was in terms of the exams that were given and also in terms of the time taken on the questions. I want to just pinpoint, like from the results, we could see that with the treatment group, the maximum time that a student took in that group was 1 hour to finish that from all the samples. But if you see on the control group, a learner took 1 day and 2 hours to finish some assignment. So again, that says that there's a difference between the two, all factors kept constant. So what did we say then? Finally, we went to test those interventions. Then the interventions, we did a focused group discussion where we picked from the learners after the 4 weeks. We picked a few learners accepted, and we had an online meeting that was virtual and recorded. And then we were based on those questions, we were based on the interventions that we provided. But I want only to note one of the respondents saying, in terms of the navigation that we gave, that I quote, when it comes with a navigation link in the learning management system, it is fairly good. No trouble navigating, and then I go through my work with ease. So that was so marvelous when I read that, and many more response. So from the analysis of the interventions, they were supportive of that work. So it means, in comparative to what we are offering our students, this methodology approach is good, and we should follow it. So what do we conclude then? We can say that we provide interventional support when it comes to interface design, and also in future, then we need to develop a plugin, that's a software, that can give a dashboard on the e-learning portal to indicate whether, even when we are teaching online, where these students, their cognitive is going low, because they might be going or checking on other things that are not related to learning. So I think that is a bit interesting to look at. And again, we can always even prevent an analytics dashboard on the e-learning portal. So I want to say thank you, and those are the references. And maybe if you have a question, you can ask. That's a summary of the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that beautiful presentation. I've also learned something. Can we give him a clap? Now let's have a reaction from the audience. Somebody with a question on the, yes, George?
Thank you. I don't know if I understood what the definition of cognitive load properly, but the way I understood it, cognitive load is to do with how much the brain can accommodate at any given time when you are learning. When you are doing the objective of e-learning, not like in the way we have operationalized here in the university, it makes learning to be so flexible to the extent that a student can do it when you are not necessarily during the day, can go home, relax, and do it from there. So my problem is, do we really have a problem with, is e-learning a problem or a solution to cognitive load?
Thank you, George. That's very interesting. Even physical learning in class, when we teach our students, it also affects the cognitive load of the learner. When we sometimes teach for 3 hours continuously. Do we give learners breaks? That's a support we do. Do we break from the monotony of the physical learning? So those are the support we are talking about, so that you release the limited working memory of the learner to bring in a fresh work going on. So the same thing should happen in e-learning interface. So yes, technology is good, that's where we are going, but we need to provide support to these learners. Their working memory is overloaded when they go through the interface. One thing is, you realize that even like currently in TOOM, you sometimes post videos on the e-learning platform thinking that one will support learners to learn. No, that's also another cognitive load you are putting to them. So what happens is, instead of putting them more content, research says that give them support that can propel them to go through the interface so that they learn the main domain area with ease. So e-learning, in short, is not a problem, but cognitive load is a problem that we cannot get away with. I don't know whether I've answered you. That's the thing.
Thank you so much. There's another question there. Yes.
That was a very wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Ugoka.
Thank you.
Now, my question goes in the existing learning management system. Now, what you're proposing in terms of the programming languages that were used to develop the current learning management system, are we able to embed what you're proposing in the current learning management system, or there's going to be an overhaul of the learning management system?
Thank you. If you followed, you go back very fast. Yes. There's somewhere I said on the methodology, what did I use? I used a plugin. A plugin is a software that you embed on Moodle, the learning management system, to bring out the interface design that you want, as advised by cognitive load theory. So, and for sure, those softwares are engineered by artificial intelligence. So when we say that we are going to bring in a dashboard, behind the dashboard is an algorithm in terms of a plugin to bring in those analytics. So we're on course. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it has to be very short because we have to release these people.
Thank you.
Okay. Umi, but very brief, please. Yes.
Thank you for that great presentation. Maybe I'm just wondering, how can this be blended with the service learning? Probably it can have a great impact.
Sorry?
I'm saying, how can service learning be blended in your area of specialization, in that particular concept that you mentioned?
Service learning?
Yeah. Whereby, okay, yesterday there was another presentation on the same, and they were like, they considered service learning to be ideal because students are taken out to the community, they get to learn exactly what the community does. So with the e-learning and now to the issues of cognitive loading, if these people are given practicals, or maybe they associate with the community at which the societal issues are, they can be able to grasp easy, and they can as well be able to offload the backlog, which is probably as a result of the e-learning. How can it be blended?
Blended learning is where you have the physical half of the learning and the online learning. But the whole idea all is under the umbrella of e-learning, and e-learning says you let the learner learn by her or himself. Paced learning, as you customize the content and the interface to suit the characteristics of those learners. And one of the characteristics is the cognitive and the way that learner learns. Now, yes, it's done. The only thing I can even say is that, look, like in medicine.
Please.
Yes.
We are running short of time.
It's okay.
Can Kamau say whatever he wants to say then?
It's okay. So it's possible. It can be done. Thank you.
Mine is more or less a comment. We had a presentation in the morning about CBC. Yes. So, and when I compare the current RMS and what you're proposing, it's more like a similar shift. Maybe we can compare notes with the CBC, and to me, I'm impressed with the presentation. It's a good way forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Thaddeus, for the beautiful presentation. Sorry to cut all of you short. Can we give Thaddeus a clap? And on behalf of the Technical University of Mombasa, we want once again to welcome Gugu High School. And as I've said, they are coming all the way on the border between Kenya and Tanzania, and they still have to go back, and they still have to cross the ocean at Likoni Ferry, which at this time is very, very busy with traffic. So we want to release them, but before we release them, we want to say thank you very much, and we really appreciate you coming to Technical University of Mombasa. So remember, when you are filling in the forms after your fourth form, remember Technical University of Mombasa, the only university at the sea level, offering all the courses that you have seen. I'm sure you have gone round. So you don't have to go very far. You just come here to Technical University of Mombasa. So I'll invite their lecturer, Madam Mogire, just to greet the Technical University of Mombasa fraternity here, and then we can release them. Welcome, Madam.